everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We got a lot to chop up. Mike is right about this whole Eric Bieniemy thing, and maybe this is what some owners were getting, the vibe from Eric Bieniemy, that maybe this is something that translated as to why he didn't get a job. I don't understand it. If you haven't heard, we'll tell you all about it coming out of the Commanders camp. Mike, we want to know what's going on with the Falcons training camp. And as we start the show, and we will certainly talk about the Braves, the last thing we need, Mike, right now is injuries. More injuries in the secondary. Now, again, we don't know how serious it is. We hope to hear from Arthur Smith, who's going to hopefully talk to the media here. But hearing Clark Phillips, and this is a guy we've liked a lot here early on in camp, right? Showing out, covering. We talked about the competitive nature. And then they hear that, he leaves on a cart. Again, don't want to over-exaggerate because we said this about Jeff Okudah, and Okudah seems like he's going to be back sooner than later. But that's the last thing we need in this secondary, Mike, right now.
Yeah, and I didn't see it because obviously it's a joint practice, and only other than the media that's able to take a few photos. Apparently he got kicked. So I would hope that that's not like, try to plant your foot, right, and something pops in your knee or your ankle, and hopefully it's just something that's going to be like a contusion, a bruise, or something like that. I mean, we don't know, but he said he got kicked. Got the imaging done on the X-ray, and Arthur Smith telling the media they're going to find out soon. But, yeah, as we said, you and I just talked about it yesterday. The depth we've got it everywhere, no more depth than we have at corner, and it'll be tested right now if this does linger into the regular season.
If you see, and you will, video come out of camp, okay, from these joint practices, and you're like, oh, and somebody's getting burned or somebody gets beaten a drill, don't get overly excited. Okay? I mean, this is part of what happens in these joint practices. And guys are going to get challenged because it's one-on-ones. I mean, it's one versus one, meaning, my number one offense taking on the number one defense. But, Mike, I've seen a few shots coming out of this practice, and I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to take from this? The cheetah beating one of our corners. Guys, he beats everybody. Yeah. Okay? This is what he does.
Yeah, the cornerbacks coach is one of the best in the business. Jerry Gray saying, between Waddle and Cheetah, you got like two guys could be in the Olympic 4x100. So it really is. You're getting yourself into a track meet. But it is a test because there are lots of guys that are, now, again, Cheetah, to your point, is at a different level. But, yeah, how do you deal with speed at the wideout position? That's an important test.
Yeah, and as my boy Cameron Wolf said, there are many splash plays that you can look at today. He works for NFL Network. He's been on the show before, and he was saying the Dolphins made a lot of those splash plays because of their speed. This is good for us, though, because we need to learn, Mike, how we're going to defend these kinds of teams if we come up against them. Not everybody's going to look like the Dolphins, that's for sure. And, if you want to go zone, this is where Tua maybe eats somebody up underneath Mike all afternoon. Or if you play man, then they go deep. But at the end of the day, I think it's a good test for us. But I don't worry about some of the footage that I'm seeing when people are freaking out and going, oh, man, they're beating our corners bad. Yeah, this is what the cheetah does.
Right. And this is also where, as we've said, and Arthur Smith has brought this up, would you have the quarterback getting hit in a regular game situation? Would Tua, whoever's throwing for the Dolphins, have that time or be able to maybe get the throw down the field? Because we've got some nice pass rushers. We've got a really good defense. Some of the plays that occurred last week in those 11-on-11s might not have happened in the real world because a quarterback would be on the ground.
Yeah, I will say this. Bijan today did catch a touchdown. Now, again, if you're taking it all in stride, but Desmond Ridder hits him, and I'm hoping we see a lot of this, Mike, as the season goes on. But the Dolphins are on defense. Bijan runs a route. It's red zone. He catches it in the end zone. It's a nice play. But, again, I'm not overly excited because I think this is going to be the norm. I feel like we're going to see a lot of this during the season between these two guys. But to see it against another team, it makes you feel good because all right, It's not our guys. We're not playing against our own team. This is somebody else, and we're executing this thing.
We got some real dudes.
Yes, we do.
One of those dudes is Calais Campbell, who passed his physical, and now he's good to go. And he was padded up today down there in Miami, too, and getting after it.
404-726-0929. All right, we want to shift gears. More on the Falcons coming up. We're just starting there because they're down in Miami. Practice is over, and hopefully we'll get some more audio in as things move along. What happened last night?
Well, Strider was terrible. I mean, a great pitcher, one of the best young pitchers in baseball, is going to have an off night. It just so happened to happen after we had 2 other losses. So it kind of gets magnified because when you're rolling out some of the stiffs we're rolling out until Wright gets back there, you really depend on Strider to step up. And with Elder leaking and Morton not being sharp, that you needed Strider to kind of stop the bleeding. And all he did last night, unfortunately, that third man, he imploded and he lost his cool. He lost his composure.
Yeah, I wasn't even home. All right. I actually stopped last night at Papados. Big shout out to folks at Papados. They're listeners of the show.
I saw the drink. I couldn't tell where it was.
Yeah, Papados. It's a swamp thing. If you've been there, I said, if you know, you know. But I walked in and a couple of guys were like, Dukes, what's up? I was like, how do you guys know? And then I forgot I had a 92.9 The Game shirt.
Well, that's a dead giveaway.
Yesterday. But I wasn't even home yet. And Turtle literally texted us and was like, Strider's done for the night. And I was like, thinking injury. 2 1/3? I mean, it was awful.
No, and when you see when you're watching baseball, if it's 3-0, most batters are going to take, and he couldn't even get a 3-0 fastball over the plate. So that was. I mean, it was a bit frustrating. And look, it's a guy of his caliber. We've seen what this guy has done in a very brief career. He's one of the best. But this is one of those nights where he just didn't have it. So you just laugh it off. As we said, unfortunately, he just comes in the middle of the Braves kind of struggling right now.
So is the glass half full or is it half empty?
I mean, you do laugh this off, right? Or we don't laugh this off.
I'm hesitant to laugh it off only because this is a trend right now.
Right.
You just had 3 of your starters, Elder, Morton, and Strider, suck. They were not good in their outings. It doesn't mean they suck. It doesn't mean that they're not good. We know they're good. But this is a stretch where none of our starting pitchers over the last 3 or 4 days have been worth a damn. So, Mike, I don't know if I laugh this off. I say glass half full or glass half empty. Mm-hmm. You start looking at this and you go, okay, how good have we been since the All-Star break? That's why the Cubs series was such a big deal, because it was a litmus test for them. They had been playing well, and everybody said, oh, well, the Braves are going to come in and kick your butts. And then they handled business. So you go to the Pirates, who've not been great, and they score 6 runs just like that, and you go, okay, is this a trend? What's going on? So I don't know. I mean, I want to laugh it off and say, hey, we're going to be fine. Last night our offense almost saved us, but that's the issue, Mike.
But again, last year when we had the Braves, and the Braves didn't really, when they had that awful start, and then they got on a groove, whenever they did struggle, it seemed like Kyle Wright was the backstop. Kyle Wright was the guy that would come in and get you a win. And I guess, we assumed that Strider was going to be that guy. Well, rest assured, Carl, Strider, Schmider, you've got Yanni Chirinos on the bump tonight, so he'll stop the bleeding. Look, it's a bad Pirates team. You set them up. And I just thought, once you got Beto knocked out of the box, their starting pitcher looked really good the first 3 innings. I thought this was just going to be it. The problem was, and this is the continuing problem with this bullpen, when the Braves make it close, Tonkin comes in and gives up a solo home run. So all the momentum goes right out the friggin' window. And if he doesn't, maybe you've got a tie, and maybe you're going into extras. But, the bullpen has been really mediocre. Starting pitching has not been great. And now we're 10-11 since the All-Star break.
Yeah, so you're laughing that off? 10-11? See, this is why June was so crazy. When we won 25 of 30 games in June, everybody said, this is unbelievable. And I said, baseball, it will even out. We're not going to be this in July and August. We haven't been that in July, and we're certainly not that to start August. This is why things shake out over the course of 162. Now, the good news is the lineup is the lineup. Last night, Olsen, 2 hits, 2 RBI. Ozzie had a home run. Riley, 2 hits. This is what we do. Ozuna, RBI single. So, Mike, the lineup is continuing to rake, and they're going to keep us in games. But we cannot allow teams to get out to these kinds of starts and expect to score, Chris. This is your point, blooper. This is Chris's point. 8 or 9 or 10 runs every game just because the lineup has been good. You can't allow this kind of thing to happen.
I mean, and I'll steal a page from our Falcons football coach, Arthur Smith. It's a surface narrative if you just look at the ERA. If you just look at the record, it's a surface narrative, and I'll use that phrase because you don't know baseball. I'll say it to Braves fans who are sitting here telling me that we're crying over spilt milk. We don't know what we're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. This won't wash in October. And it hasn't 2 of the last 3 years. And I don't care what our general manager came on Dukes and Bell and said there was nobody that was untouchable at the trade deadline. So if it meant going to get a guy like Flaherty and renting him for 3 months, so be it. Let's go stack the deck. Why do we go now into the dog days of summer with hope and a prayer that Kyle Wright will be fine. You don't know if Kyle Wright will be fine. And even if he is fine, we still need more pitching. But I'm sick and tired of arguing this with Braves fans who apparently feel one World Series out of 3 years, I guess, is okay. I want to win every stinking year, don't you? And you got a lineup 1 through 9 that can do it this year. But you're coming up short. You got a pitching problem. But nobody wants to talk about it.
We talked about Charlie Morton's walks during these 4 losses, 15 walks. Last night, Strider had 3. See, that's un-Strider-like. He puts people on base. He wasn't able to place his pitches last night. And then you talk about only 3 strikeouts. Well, again, we're so used to him striking out 10 or more, but he wasn't going to get there just pitching 2 2/3 innings. 404-726-0929. You laugh it off? We may win the series, okay, guys? It's the Pirates. I hear you. But to Mike's point, a stopper tonight, this is not the guy you expect to be the guy to come in and give you 7 strong innings and you go, woo! Yanni, man, he shut him down tonight. This is not what I expect. He may do it, but I don't expect it.
No. So, again, the point we're getting to is, what's the point? The point is the pitching's not been good enough. And we didn't – look, there's really, I guess, no sense of crying about it, other than we were right and some of you Braves fans are wrong when it comes to where we're at. I mean, this is your bullpen. You're going to get some guys back. Chavez will come back, but you're making Chavez sound like he's Mariano Rivera. That's not how it works. Same goes for Dylan Lee.
Follow us, guys. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. We'll come back, hit some headlines. I don't know about you, but now I'm starting to realize why they haven't been good. We'll explain next on Sports Radio 929 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell. We've got some tickets for you guys coming up between now and 7. 50 Cent, Busta Rhymes, Lakewood Amphitheater, Thursday, August 17th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Stay tuned. We'll give you an opportunity to win those tickets. Mike, we're going to hear from Coach Arthur Smith coming up. Also, I got to put this out there, and we're going to talk plenty about the Braves and what's going on with our Falcons. But per Shams Charania, Atlanta has offered a package centered around DeAndre Hunter, A.J. Griffin, to go get Pascal Siakam. Now, we've been talking about this all summer long,
right,
and whether or not it happens, whether he wants to come. The last thing I had heard was he wasn't interested in signing an extension here, but this answers the question about who potentially is available.
Right.
And if you're trading DeAndre Hunter, you guys know how I feel about this. A.J. Griffin, who Mike absolutely thinks has some upside.
I don't want to lose. I mean, I'm definitely all for getting Hunter, and can we throw Capella in? I don't want to lose Hunter because I think I'm good with Hunter. I don't want to lose A.J. Griffin because I think he can be a real star. I think he's got some clutch in him.
So this is, again, if this is true, the package, and if it's coming from Shams,
He's got some weight.
Yeah,
right?
I totally buy in that he's got the information right. So we'll wait to see. But we've been saying, what are we going to do? Steve Koonin joins us on Fridays. We've had the general manager on. All these things that have happened over the summer. We've not done anything. So there's still time. There is no clock ticking for the Hawks. They can make a deal whenever. But it's just interesting now that this is coming out, Mike, because believe it or not, we'll get into September, and the end of September is when training camp opens for the Hawks.
Yeah, and again, if Siakam doesn't want to be here, I mean, some guys hit us up earlier when that conversation came up a few weeks back saying, well, we want that guy here. I don't know. I don't know what he has against Atlanta. Maybe he doesn't have anything against Atlanta. Maybe it's incorrectly been reported. But what about DeAndre Hunter and Jalen Johnson and draft picks? How about that?
Well, I don't know.
I just don't want to give up A.J. Griffin.
What Toronto wants.
Right.
I mean, we can throw out all these packages. If Toronto goes, here's what we need around what you've got, and they give the order that here's what we're willing to do, then, Mike, you try to put a package together around those players. But, yeah, man, I just want to put it out there for Hawks fans to say, hey, what are we going to do? Mike and I have been saying, what are we going to do? This team fundamentally has not changed. Oh. That would change us.
Siakam up front, that's tight. But then again, him drawing things into the middle, kicking out to an open look for a guy like A.J. Griffin.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't necessarily like that one. Although, maybe in the half court and the dynamic nature of what we thought we were getting, with Trey and DeJounte Murray. I mean, you got to give to get in this league, as we always say, Carl. It's not like flipping baseball cards in your neighborhood, right? You actually got to give something.
We'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye out on that. Meanwhile, Mike, I think this is maybe the reason why the Commanders haven't been any good. I like Ron Rivera, but this complaint from players, and that's how I see it, about Eric Bieniemy coaching them too intensely, makes me think that, maybe some of these guys have not been challenged. And for Bieniemy, maybe this is just part of his makeup. We don't know, because in Kansas City, it was all about, Big Red and everybody else and Patrick Mahomes. We really never got a sense of what Eric Bieniemy was about. And now he's the OC with the Commanders, and this is something that's out there. It just made me immediately think, okay, he's challenging guys that haven't been challenged, and now these guys are in their bag. They're in their feels about it.
Yeah, I mean, and Ron's old school as they come, right? So what do they say about Ron behind his back?
Who knows?
It's a loser mentality. And look, maybe it's going to take more than a year or two to maybe flush out that franchise and get some dudes in there that really do the work, right?
Yeah, I just, I don't know if coaching hard. Some guys don't accept it well. That's fine. I mean, some guys don't respond to that, but I don't know if coaching a guy hard, Mike, is a reason to complain to the head coach.
You're soft. I mean, look, there's all sorts of people in this world. Some guys, like a pat in the butt, a pat on the back or a kick in the butt. You know what I mean? Can you say arse anymore on this station? But anyway, the idea being that there's different styles, and sometimes it doesn't resonate. And not that if you're going to scream at a guy 24/7, maybe you do tune that guy out. But last time I checked, Bieniemy's only been there a few months. You guys are getting worn out already? I don't know. It sounds weak sauce to me.
Yeah, me too. All right, more on this in our NFL Blitz on the way in about 30 minutes. Big Bo behind the glass, our engineer. Of course, Turtle is our executive producer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
What's Brian Snickers saying about these last three games? Think about it. Starting pitching has failed us. Elder, Morton, Strider. That's our last three. We've lost all three, Snit.
These last 3 games, we've been right there, and we're a hit away, and, it just makes it hard to have to come from behind so much. But, you know what, we bring the tying run to the plate or the go-ahead run on base or anything like that. Last few days, it just couldn't make it happen.
So that's the glass half full, Mike. That's one way to look at it, right?
Right. I mean, it's a long season. You were never, as you said earlier, you're never going to be at that June clip the entire year. But you're under 500 in the second half of the season. The Braves left 6 men on base last night. Some good opportunities, as I mentioned earlier. Once you get the starting pitcher Beto knocked out of the box, I thought things were going to be happening. And then when you do make it close and you rally back, Tompkins comes in and gives up a solo. As I said earlier, just felt like you lost some momentum there. And that was it for the scoring.
Yeah, we did have that opportunity.
Top of the ninth.
Yeah, in the ninth with Harris. And so, he doubles. Ozzie grounds out, RBI at 7-6, but you weren't able to get over the top. And again, the bats, that's why we always never feel out of it, to Snit's point, even when the pitching is bad. Brian Snitker was also talking about the pressure on the bullpen now, Mike, because last night you didn't expect Strider to go 2 2/3. Bullpen is going to be taxed, I think, in this series simply because of what's happened with the starting pitching. Here's Brian Snitker talking about it.
You go through that. You go through these stretches. You don't like them. They're not fun. But, it's a challenge trying to keep the bullpen doable, really, and is the biggest thing with that. I mean, you can weather the storm, and those guys will regroup and make adjustments and do what they got to do. But, just kind of over and over, kind of gets tough with the bullpen, trying to keep all those guys upright.
Yep, and you just laid it out there. You expect Strider to at least get to the 7th inning because, Chirino went 5 innings last week in Atlanta. Is he going to be able to give you more than 5 tonight? That's why we get into this sort of like vicious circle or cycle of the tax on the bullpen and then the starting pitch. And then you got a doubleheader coming up when you're in New York. At some point, you either got to go with Soroka or Winans again. And I'm not sold on either one of those guys just yet. So that's why, we'll say it again. We need more pitching. Too late now.
Yeah, it is.
There's no player to be named later stuff.
No.
Trade deadline comes and goes, and that's it.
Yeah, you can't go out and do what you used to be able to do. Meanwhile, Falcons down in Miami. We'll talk more about the Braves as this series continues with the Pirates tonight, by the way. But, Mike, some guys standing out today. A.J. Terrell, a couple of highlights as he was in coverage against, I think, the 2 fastest receivers in the league, right? I really believe that. And that's why I'm looking at Big Bo because he's a big fantasy guy. Those guys are going to go early. They're going to go early.
Are you looking at a Tyreek's the first rounder this year?
Yeah, I think so.
Late first round.
Yeah, I think they're going early. But AJ made some plays today. There were a couple of other guys that made plays. We're going to hear from Coach Arthur Smith coming up. But, Mike, the unfortunate news, as we said to start the show, was hearing that Clark Phillips apparently got injured. Don't know the severity of it, but hopefully it's not bad.
Yep, he was apparently kicked, according to the comments of Arthur Smith. So I don't know how that could result in number one, it doesn't sound like a season ending or a long-term injury. Maybe it's just a bruise, a contusion or something like that. I don't know. But, and Randy was funny. Randy Mack, as he was leaving the studio, everybody gets carted off now. It's ridiculous. But, every on the side of caution, I suppose, or just whatever. But it does kind of give you pause if you're watching it and you see a dude carted off the field. It kind of makes things amplify it. Like, oh, that's a really, really serious injury. Maybe it isn't.
The speed, by the way, like, you're giving these guys a little bit more leeway, okay, when you're trying to defend them, especially in one-on-one situations.
So you're saying a 20-yard cushion is too much?
Well, Jalen Waddle, right, can run by most guys. Obviously, the cheetah can. But, Mike, when you do that, you're giving up a lot of underneath stuff. And then that's where, hey, if you're going to play that way, that's fine. I'm not going to give it the big play. But then you got to tackle guys, right? You can't let guys get a 5-yard hitch and turn it into a 25-yard touchdown. So I'm glad we're getting this kind of work in against the Dolphins because they do pose a unique situation. Most wide receivers, at least both guys, are not this fast. Right. So, and hopefully it's some good work for our guys, man. But as I said, AJ getting some good work in. We were talking about Trey Flowers. Mike, I'm not sure he can run like we need him to. Well, he's been getting a lot of work.
Unfortunately, the video that the Dolphins posted today on Twitter was the one where Trey Flowers literally looks like you should play the Benny Hill theme because it's like Tyreek Hill stops and he goes that way, and then he runs further up and he stops, and again Flowers goes the other way, and then Tyreek Hill cuts it across the field, and I literally was just watching it as you were setting it up. So that's a bad matchup for a guy in Trey Flowers who looks more like a safety at 6'3" than a corner.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're going to see how it all shakes out. They will practice again tomorrow. Of course, Friday is the first preseason game for our Falcons. 5 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock kick right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. You know what starts tonight, right?
The lottery. Oh, something else?
HBO Hard Knocks.
By the way, we will talk about the $1.5 billion plus tonight in Guy Talk. But yeah, Hard Knocks, I got to be honest. I'm stoked. Did you see the TV numbers that the Thursday night Browns-Jets Hall of Fame game got?
It's crazy.
It's insane. It's better than NBA playoff numbers.
Because it's NFL?
And it's Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and that's what you're going to see all season, man.
Yeah, it's NFL. Can I hear Aaron real quick? This is Aaron talking about the other quarterbacks.
Oh, I got nothing, man. I'm just happy to be out here, excited to be with you guys. All I'm going to say is this camp is a long camp, right? Let's just enjoy the little things every single day, right? Take time to laugh a little bit, find a conversation at lunchtime with somebody new. Don't always sit with the same group. Get to know your teammates a little bit. Yeah, that's part of the leadership role. And just enjoy the little moments. It goes by fast, and you get to be really old and gray, and you're savoring every little moment. So savor them right now, all right? Cues on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cues!
That's him on Hard Knocks talking to the other quarterbacks. You'll see it tonight, first episode. And again, you go, I don't care about the Jets. It's not that. This is one of the big stories of the NFL. And if they have success, you're going to have a little bit more background on what's going on with that organization. Right. If they suck and they don't, Mike, well, then it's the Jets, and we continue to do what we do.
Look, I still think that Hard Knocks is the best reality TV on television, although it does, sort of stink that Saleh and the general manager for the Jets have said they were not going to give you the camera access to the cuts going down, which is always a dramatic part of the show. But that aside, there's a lot of storylines with this squad. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is. All right, guys, headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. What did Coach Art have to say today? He talked about A.J. Terrell, and A.J. talked about his one-on-one matchups. You'll hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 90.
Joe Burrow playing in week 1 if he's not 100%. Wait till you hear what he had to say. And also, Micah Parsons, Mike, pushing it to the limit. He has been warned numerous times about taking shots in practice on Dak Prescott because he's beating up the offensive line. And now it's become a thing where he's saying, hey, I'm not trying to hit guys, but I want to get the work in. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up at 3 o'clock. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What did our guys do today down in Miami? I want you to hear Coach Art first talk about the offense and what he thought how the offense did against this Miami defense today in their first practice.
Yeah, it was good. We worked some situational stuff, and then we were going down there to kick a field goal and working that situation. At the end, got the ball down there. Went 1 for 2 on the kick, but there were some times so we still had to go out and play defense. But it's good to work those situations in the game. On the first drive, obviously, we made the kick. But again, I got to go look at the other side. And it felt really competitive. There was no really any BS or anything like that. So good day.
Okay.
Good day.
Miami being a rave in the background. His coach is trying to give you analysis of what happened.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. Here is what Coach also said about the Clark Phillips incident. Again, cart it off, guys. We don't want to over-exaggerate. It may be nothing, but this is Coach Art talking about it.
Update you on Clark Phillips' situation?
He got kicked, so again, you just never know, and we just got to get the X-ray, but again, you just got to get the imaging done, and we'll see. But at least he got up on his own, and hopefully we'll get that X-ray soon.
Okay, got up on his own.
Okay, that's a good sign.
That's our man, D. Orlando Ledbetter from the AJC.
Let's go!
Yeah, so there's the update. Again, that doesn't sound like Coach is panicking. You just want to get the X-ray, see what happens, make sure everything's cool. Guys, this kid's been balling out, okay, at practice. He's been practicing well. He's been playing multiple positions, whether it be the slot, at corner. And I've said this. I think he's going to get significant playing time this year, all right? He may not be a starter, but he's going to get significant playing time because he's a ball hawk. Mike, he makes plays. When the ball is thrown his way, he's getting his hands on balls. He's picking balls off. So I've liked what I've seen from Clark Phillips, and I liked the pick when we got him because of his college history. And then he came in with a chip on his shoulder, and he's been willing to go against anybody.
And the fact there was that history with him and Drake London that we talked about last week, which created some drama. And again, if you guys were at practice, you saw it. When Drake beat him, the offense went nuts. And earlier in the week, when Clark got the better of Drake, the defensive unit was going nuts. So that's kind of cool competition. We did tell you earlier about Jeff Okudah. That sounds better than it initially looked like at practice on Friday. So he should maybe, what do you think? We're just sort of spitballing here. Maybe it's a few games early in September. Maybe better than that. But we do have more depth. But as we said in that video of Trey Flowers getting schooled by Tyreek Hill, not everybody's the same athlete in that cornerback in that room.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's hear A.J. Terrell. He talked about his one-on-ones today, matchups. And again, when you're going against familiarity, meaning you defend Drake, you defend, Pitts every day, you get their nuances. This is different because these guys look different. Their jukes are different. And he talked about what he saw.
Matchups is good, just being able to see new faces and, Tyreek Hill and the whole receiver core with Waddle as well. We got a lot of speed over there, so it was a big difference between our receivers, just being from a speed aspect of the game and them just trying to get the ball to their ones.
Yeah. Who's a burner on this team? Now, Pitts does run 4.4. We hadn't seen him, run away from people like that necessarily.
I guess it'd be Scotty Miller.
Who's the burner? I mean, you know what I mean? Like
White Boy Scott, Frank Darby.
We don't have two guys like that.
Right.
And that's what AJ's talking about. Meanwhile, how did the defense do, AJ? What did he say about the defense today?
We need that. Just going against different faces compared to our offense and just being able to get a look. Because, as the season going, you get different looks throughout the whole season.
So, talking about, needing to see somebody different. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. One more from AJ talking about the Miami, taking reps against Miami here.
Yeah, we held up good, just putting hands on and just trusting our techniques and making plays. And just playing the defensive call that Nielsen gave us and just applying it.
Mike, do you take out of these practices? Because, listen, the game will be different. Guys won't play on Friday. Some guys won't. Do you take more out of the practices than you do the preseason game?
We learned from the coaching staff the first time they did this, yes, that you get more out of this one-on-one matchups. If you've got a guy, let's just say for argument's sake, Jalen Mayfield is trying to stick with the team, you go and put him up against some fire breather from Miami, and you really see what he's got. So I think it shows. I mean, look, pressure's going to create. You're going to get more pressure. You're going to create. Again, some of these matchups will then play out on Friday. To your point, some won't because not everybody's going to start. But I think it does. And I think that's why teams, because of the compressed now summertime with 3 preseason games, almost every NFL team is doing one of these joint practices to get more work in.
I think so, too. And that's the part where you either feel really good about a particular player or you don't, if you're the coaching staff, right? Like for Ritter, for example. We don't know what the numbers are. Some people chart the numbers at practice. I'm talking about, reporters, and you see them put that stuff out there. He went 11 for, 18 today. I don't know if any of that matters. I think coaches are looking for specific things, Mike. You call a play. Did he go to the guy he needed to go to? Right. Did he go through his progressions? Was that going to be a sack? Because you're still not hitting quarterbacks. You know what I mean?
And the other team may have an athlete that you don't have. We just talked about nobody's got a Tyreek Hill, so that's the ultimate test going up against that dude and the stuff he's pulling out there. But when you get into some 11-on-11s, when you've got Waddle and Tyreek Hill, and that's going to give you a hell of a test for this secondary. And also, as we said, the pass rush. If you're going to give a quarterback, whether it's Tua, whoever, all the time in the world, you can't hang with Tyreek Hill for more than 3 seconds. And you see that today in practice.
No, you surely can't. You guys can chime in. I think you get more out of these practices than you do out of the first preseason game. Because, again, all these guys that are starters are not playing. 404-726-0929. And that's why we are so intrigued about where all of this goes at practice. If we're hearing a guy's getting beat up at practice, usually not a good thing, okay? He gives up a play in the preseason game. It may be different personnel. Starters are not in there. That's a whole different deal. All right, Mike, we do have some news to mention. This is great news for Georgia Tech football. Hyundai has done a deal with Georgia Tech for the naming rights for the stadium. $55 million over 20 years.
Wow, that's great. Tech's been looking for that loot. We've talked about the athletic department always kind of in the red, Carl, over the last few years. That's great news for Tech, man. Giddy up.
It is. And, you talk about these revenue streams. However they come in, I've said this, I don't even care at this point if a program is in desperate need to have these kind of revenue streams available. And now Georgia Tech, big news is Hyundai. And they've been searching for this, guys, but I think this has been going on for months now with the naming rights, but $55 million over 20 years for Hyundai to come in and be a part of that.
They got a big facility doing electric cars down near Savannah.
Yep.
Too, and they got like a lot of the major manufacturers from Asia have got a footprint now in the South, whether it's Alabama or Georgia or Tennessee. So that's great. Great news for Georgia Tech, man, because that helps pay the bills.
All right. Wanted to mention that, we talk a lot about where Georgia Tech football is, where it's going. We both like Brent Key and think that he's going to do a really good job there. Still got to get players. Ultimately, Mike, you still got to get guys, and he's done a really good job. Next year, right, they're going to have probably a top 20 class, maybe top 15. We'll see. But as far as how do we continue to build and get this program better, this is going to be a big part of it to have this money coming in, year out.
Yeah, I think that if you've got – and by the way, I know here's the thing. I could just hear some of those fans – that are shuffling, to Bobby Dodd to watch. Man, it's nice, isn't that Bobby Dodd? You've got to have the naming rights, by the way. I'm thinking back to the Georgia Tech. You've got to have the naming rights. It's just a big part of it. Would you, by the way, hypothetical, would you have a problem if Georgia ever tried to change Sanford into something else?
No, I mean, listen, it's always going to be Dooley Field, okay?
Right, at Sanford Stadium.
You want to add to that, and somebody wants to give you $100 million if you're Georgia?
You think the alum in this arms race that college football has become would have a problem with it? I don't think so.
I don't either, Mike. Listen, you are giving your program an edge up.
Right.
Okay? That's why everybody's doing this. And if there is a company that wants to come in, and I throw the number out there, $100 million, because, again, they're national champions,
right,
you can charge more. If Georgia wins again this year, if somebody wants to come in and say, hey, we want to be a part of this, we want to be on the stadium and be a part, okay, $150 million over X amount of years because we're champions. So I think it's all good. I never get caught up in this because traditionalists are so like, oh, it's ruining college football. It's already ruined.
Yeah, I got to be honest. College football, it's like it's in 1,000 pieces right now, and it's just nothing's going back into place that you're used to seeing it. It's just the way, the stuff that's coming out now with the ACC. We'll talk more about this in the 4 o'clock, but the idea, Carl, that, reaching out to Cal and Stanford, and that doesn't even do anything for you. As far as, is that the carrot on the stick to get ESPN to give you more money? Or it's crazy talk, let alone to get a Florida State or Clemson potentially to stay. And by the way, I had a Wall Street guy explain what Florida State's trying to do with with a JP Morgan case. It's a crazy idea, but I wonder if more teams, if they pull it off, will try it.
Yeah, well, listen, if you just start talking about hedge funds and college football, get into hedge funds, now the whole pyramid has changed.
Right.
Right? the whole ordeal about equity and fair playing field and all this stuff. If you're gonna involve hedge funds now, and that's how you're gonna get out of deals and get money, that's a whole other animal.
And a buddy of mine just said to me, how come Notre Dame didn't think of this first?
Well, because they don't have to. Notre Dame doesn't have to.
But I mean, they can still do it anyway and even generate more revenue.
It is going to be Bobby Dodd Stadium at Hyundai Field. Okay. So that's how it's going to be.
Because it was Grant Field for many years.
So $55 million, 20 years. All right, guys, more to get to here. Coming up, we got to go around the NFL, and we certainly will. More of the Braves as well. Lots of Braves fans hitting us up. Not worried, not worried. Okay, that's fine. I think you go through situations in a season, and this happens to be one of them, that after the All-Star break for a 2-week period right now, we haven't been good. We just haven't. We've been okay. We've won some games. But when you're talking about, this season, we haven't had many 3-game losing streaks. We haven't had 3 days where all of our pitchers have been bad to the degree of 2 2/3 innings and not lasting at least 4 or 5 innings. So this is a stretch. We're going to talk more about it. But when we get back, Mike, we got plenty of NFL stuff to get to, including who the Saints are adding, because we are going to see them twice. And you guys know how we feel about the Saints. We'll tell you about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
What's going on with the Braves? We're talking about it with you. 404-726-0929. Losing to the Pirates last night, just unexpected. You know, I mean, listen, you win some, you lose some. But when you lose to a bad team, okay, unlike the Cubs, who are a team that's trending in the right direction, and they may make the playoffs. Grant, yesterday when I asked him about it, he wasn't as sure about the Cubs because, again, it's the Cubs, and you always feel like something's going to go wrong.
Right.
But they changed their personnel up. They made some moves at the trade deadline. Pirates, though, on the other hand, Mike, this is – you know, the O's have been the pleasant surprise, I think, of the league this year when you talk about the O's and what Tampa's doing, but not the Pirates. And so everybody, you feel kind of like a gut punch, and especially when it's Spencer Strider, right? When Strider goes out there, you feel like you've been hit in the gut.
Yeah, I said that to my wife last night. It feels like you lost 2 games, you know what I mean? And because you had a 3-game losing streak, and look, unless, you know, Yanni Chorizo goes out there and balls out
That's
tonight.
not his name, Mike.
Chirino, a waiver claim from the ball. Look, from the Rays, okay, there's dudes, and last year that dude, not that the Braves had much of a wobble, they went on an amazing tear once they got things rolling last season. It was Kyle Wright was that guy. You know, in the old days, it would be sometimes in the early days of the Braves, it might have been Glavine or it might have been Avery. There's always that dude, not those guys were amazing. But in this case, pitching, we're struggling with it. And the bullpen ain't great. And you brought up the point last hour. So Strider gets knocked out of the box early, bullpen usage rate goes up, and I got a guy in Yanni Chorizo, and I'll bet you anybody want to give me $100 he makes it to the 6th inning?
Tonight?
Yeah. You want some of that action, Bo Johnson?
No, I'm not.
Come on, speak, Bo. What are you on the
can't.
mute? No, I said 6th inning. 5. I mean, everybody in the Braves goes 4 2/3.
He goes 5.
4 2/3. Now we're talking 5.
1 minute you're drinking a wine, and the next minute you're stomping the grapes.
Yeah.
You got that right, Skip.
Again, I don't want to be Debbie Downer here. We got a great club.
Right.
Nobody's panicking. Just understand that these are things that we're going to have to work through, and there's plenty of time. We got time to work through all of this. But this is the concern in the play. Guys, you only get limited games in the playoffs. And I just want to throw this out there. If these last 3 games had been 3 playoff games, we're done. We're done. So that's all we're saying. You don't know how this stuff shakes out. Last year, Mike, who was it? Who got sick on the hill? Who did we throw out there and got sick?
Well, Max Fried. Max Fried had the tummy issue, and
you
then we
didn't
had,
expect that.
No, that was an outlier. But this is why, because even when we had that conversation to start the program, I'm not trying to say I told you so. Look, the Braves could go and win this World Series. They got the best team, but other teams got better pitching than us right now. Who? A lot of teams. The Astros have better pitching than us. I'm talking American League team we may see in the World Series. I still think the Dodgers have got better pitching. You know, we can debate the moves that the other teams that are in the hunt have made. But, I mean, to me, this team doesn't have the night shift. The night shift glossed over some of those deficiencies in 21. This bullpen is just an average bullpen this season.
No doubt. 404-726-0929. You guys can let us know what you think. By the way, breaking news. The 3 Alabama men who beat up the security guard who started that melee are facing charges now, Mike, in the Montgomery Riverfront brawl. That news just coming down. So that's the original, the start of the fight when these guys jumped this security guard who was trying to get them to move the boat, are being facing charges now. So that's the latest on that as the memes continue to come.
I mean, it's funny because in this country where we're at today.
It's not funny.
Well, it's kind of funny. The memes are funny.
It is funny.
I mean, look, I heard Steak today. Steak was, he took it in another direction, but I just felt that, you know, those guys, I mean, you're just a bunch of, first off, is there anybody, unless it's a church social event, who's been on a boat where not half the boat is wasted? Call me crazy. I've never been on a boat, on a lake, on a beach, ocean, river, where half the people on the boat weren't overserved. And you throw this in the mix, you got what you wanted. You want to be Billy Badass and start with this guy who's just doing his job because you parked your boat where you're not supposed to? Ta-da! You know? And I haven't heard the other side. I'm still waiting to see the interview on, like, the local affiliate. Here's the other side of the story. Well, obviously we shouldn't have parked the boat there, but. No, there is no but. Simple. I've been in the same boat, pardon the pun, where you're not supposed to be somewhere.
Yeah.
And someone tells you to get the heck out of there. And you know what you do? You untake the ropes, you get back on the boat, and you move it down 100 feet. Not that complicated.
I will say this, though. The only thing, and I've seen some of this where, like, people are like, here's the family. That's not cool. Like, the people who start, like, now you're making them targets for other people to take shots. And that's not cool. I get it. Things got carried away. The fight itself, is not funny. Again, I don't condone any of the violence. I do condone protecting yourself. And his boys coming to his aid after, these guys are jumping him was not certainly cool. But, yeah, right. I'm with you, Mike. I think, at the end of the day, all of this could have been prevented. It could have been prevented. But when it plays out and you see the stuff that you see, and I posted it this morning, this guy coming out of his Crocs, that's funny. All right? I'm sorry. That's just funny. I don't care how you want to look at it.
I mean, again, Crocs, again, when Billy Bob started throwing down, you want to have better footwear, to your point.
Yeah, come out of the shoes, kick them off, whatever you want to do. Hey, Big Bo, man, we got to get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. News and notes from around the league. This is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
All right, let's hear from Jamar Chase. I want to start here because, Mike, we're wondering if Joe Burrow is going to be available to start the season, fantasy owners. Whether or not, now that doesn't mean you don't pick him, but just know he may or may not be available. Chase is like, I don't want him to play week 1. Listen to this.
I told him, with all honesty, I don't want him there.
You don't want him to play week 1?
Same thing with me and my last year.
You want him week 20 for the AFC Championship game.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And I set out an extra game just to let my hip all the way heal up. And, you don't want to cause no other problems later on in the season. I told him, as long as you're there after week 5 and on, we're good, brother.
Week 5?
5?
Wow. Does Jamar Chase know something we don't know?
I mean, you still got the Browns and the Ravens in that division. Steelers too. You're gonna spot that division before Joe Burrow starts? You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, it's a lot. Trevor Siemian, the backup and the starter if Burrow was not able to go. Can I hear Chase talk about him being 100%?
I'm going to be 100% healthy to play. I don't want him rushing nothing. I don't want people in his ear telling him to play at a certain time. I just want him to be healthy. And that's not me telling him to play that certain game. It's just, that's me saying be healthy when you're back, 100% healthy.
All right. I mean, some would say once the season starts, nobody's 100% healthy. But this is still a guy that, let's be honest, with all due respect to Trevor Siemian, that's the dude who stirs the drink.
Yeah,
it's Joe Burrow. Yeah, that ain't the same team, man.
Well, I just,
I know Jamar wants his boy to be right, but come on.
You can't risk it. By the way, Turtle, give me their first 4 games. Turtle, what are their first 4 games?
Browns, Ravens, Rams, Titans.
Okay. 3 and 4 with Joe Burrow.
No doubt about it.
3 out of 4, you're going to win with Burrow, and maybe you lose 3 out of 4 without him.
Mike, the Saints are signing Kareem Hunt and Anthony Barr pending physicals.
All right.
Saints trying to add some linebacker depth. All right. Anthony Barr was with the Vikings, right, I believe. And then Kareem Hunt was jobless. Now, here's another running back, Mike.
Yeah.
And they're going to end up picking him up because of the Kamara situation. He's going to miss 3 games. So they're trying to add some depth. The good news is, again, I don't know what they look like by the time we see them, but this is to start the season, and that is happening as we speak. They're signing Kareem Hunt and Anthony Barr.
He had 3 touchdowns last year rushing and 1 in the air, so 4 touchdowns total for the Browns. And total yards from scrimmage was over 700 yards, 600 yards. So
for Kareem Hunt?
For Kareem Hunt. So he still serves a purpose.
Barr, my bad, was with the Cowboys last year for the first time. He was 8 seasons after the Vikings. So last year with the Cowboys, he's 31 years old. He was a first-round pick by the Vikings back in 2014. Remember us talking about Anthony Barr? I think it was UCLA. He was coming out of UCLA. And we were talking about it because at that time, we needed edge guys. We needed rushers. Either way, those guys are going to join the Saints. Let me hear Matt Ryan, Mike, because he's going to be headed to the booth. Are you excited to see him, by the way, on TV?
Yeah. I mean, it still seems strange, doesn't it?
It does.
I would love to have seen, again, nobody was more rooting for this guy or pulling for this guy than you and I were. I think a lot of Falcon fans wanted to see him do something special. And maybe, the one thing is, if the Colts could have gotten the playoffs, it would have cemented the Hall of Fame argument, too.
Yeah.
But the whole thing was a damn horror show, as Matt told. Was it, who was it, from The Athletic, the article yesterday, basically saying it was 18 months of a blank show.
Josh Kendall.
Yeah, Josh Kendall, yeah. And it was. But, yeah, I mean, Matt, in his small sample size, Matt's great. I don't think Matt's a stiff, kind of one of these guys is going to look like a robot. He'll throw it out there. And I just want someone to have an opinion. That's what made the whole Sean Payton thing so funny. The one thing Sean Payton said that was actually interesting comes when he's not doing television.
Yeah.
And then blames it on being in a television mindset. I just want someone to have an edge. Of all those talking head shows, Carl, from all the networks, nobody says anything.
Yeah, I don't know if Matt's going to do that, calling games and being a color analyst, but he did say this on the Jonathan Taylor contract situation.
Honestly, I don't know. My guess is he plays this season out, and we see where that leads. And I haven't talked to Jonathan about it. I think in these situations, sometimes you're better off. People just need space, to kind of sort things out the way that they want to do. But I think he plays at some point, knowing him as a teammate. Like, the thing about it is he's one of the nicest people, right? Like, the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He's one of the best teammates, unselfish, hard worker, all of those things. But is in that window where it's his turn. It's his turn to get paid. It's all of those things, and you're at that standstill. And so I know Chris Ballard, I know Jim Irsay, they'll do their best to try and, make it right. I'm not sure if both sides can come to that place where it makes sense for both of them. But my guess is that he kind of plays the season out, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay, I got to say this. He'll be great. Because that was the perfect answer where he didn't offend anybody.
Yeah.
What he should have said, hey, Matt, how you doing? If Taylor doesn't play, his market is done and he'll be finished in the NFL.
Right.
That's what he should have said.
Correct.
But instead, I know all these guys and he's a nice guy. He'll fit in perfectly, Mike.
Yeah, but that was my point. With all due respect, I mean, Jimmy Johnson, all those guys, Howie, Strahan, nobody says anything. That's why I don't watch any of those shows. I mean, I know if you're a sports fan, you know as much as those guys on that show because you're passionate about the NFL. And five guys talking to 20-second sound bites about the big matchup. Carl, they really signed up that defense. They got a great chance this week.
Not give me anything. I'm either at the game or I'm cooking during that time period.
I'm with you. But hey, it's a check, man. Good money in that team.
No. Listen, Matt's about to get his second bag. Okay, he got his quarterback bag. He's about to get his second bag. By the way, they are reporting that Taylor has left the team to rehab, and so he's left the team completely. So he will not be there anytime soon.
Hey, I saw this morning. If you guys are watching SportsCenter, it was, and I'm sure they're going to run it throughout the week, it was a story about Aaron Rodgers speaking at the psychedelics convention, and he talked about how taking the ayahuasca really helped improve, at least put him, he's not saying there's any correlation having a great season in 2020, but he did say that it put him in a spot where, hey, I won the Super Bowl, I've been multiple MVPs, what's next? And it got him to a place mentally where he said he was in the best he could be football-wise in his career, for what it's worth.
Where can I get some?
Oh, we gotta.
I'm just asking.
We got to go down to New Mexico way, I suppose.
I mean, the way he's talking about it, is it accessible? Like, can I call a guy?
I mean, is that a new sponsor?
I don't know.
Hey, this is Bo Morgan for new ayahuasca on demand.
I have no idea. I just, if he's feeling good on it, I want to check it out.
If you want to find inner peace and confidence, you need some good grade A ayahuasca.
Hey, I think Aaron is a total believer in this, right? I mean, anybody goes in a dark room for how many days? 4, 5, 6 days, whatever he was in there.
But I mean, he made an interesting case for ayahuasca. I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe when I get on some vacay time, I'll trip the light fantastic.
Like
in my luck.
RELAX.
Yeah.
How about you though? Anytime I mess with that, it's going to be a bad trip, and nothing good's going to come of it.
I've never done it, Mike. I don't know what it feels like.
Stay away from that stuff.
I don't even know where you can get it. Watch me get 3 texts. Stay home.
Hey, yo,
I got a guy. NFL Blitz, guys, brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. I wanted you to hear Micah Parsons. We'll get to it a little bit later on. He's been pushing it to the limits, going after the quarterback, including his own quarterback, which has got the coaching staff going, hey, man, you got to slow down a little bit.
Right.
Hey, when we come back, though, we are going to talk to Scott Bair. He's with the Atlanta Falcons. AtlantaFalcons.com. Mike will get the latest from practice today. We'll talk about the Dolphins and Falcons next.
and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Your chance to win tickets to see 50 Cent and Busta Rhymes coming to Lakewood Amphitheater, guys, August 17th. Stay tuned between now and 7. Your chance to get those tickets. Scott Bair is with AtlantaFalcons.com. Writes about the Falcons down there in Miami as we are trying to get the latest mic on what's going on with these practices. They practice today and tomorrow, guys. And then Friday is the first preseason game against the Dolphins. And, Scott, appreciate you jumping on with us here on the waitfor.com hotline. First question everybody wants to know is, what did you make of Ritter? Seeing a different defense. You know, I know they had some red zone activity today. What did you think about Desmond Ritter?
Yeah, I mean, considering that he was ultimately practicing on the surface of the sun, I think that things went pretty well down here. You know, like it's a breezy, comfortable, feels like 104, but I think that there was a lot of good work done. The Falcons ran a ton during team drills, so we saw a lot of Robinson kind of working with the first team, Tyler Algier and Cordero Patterson, offensive line versus their defensive line. But I did like the fact that Desmond Ritter was able to kind of make plays on time, meaning that he's hitting guys in stride. We saw Mac Hollins haul in a few nice ones. And look, Miami was trying to set a physical tone early. I think they put Drake and Kyle on the ground within the first, period. And I liked how Atlanta responded to that afterward. It was a good little gut check, and I think that it's about time in this camp where all these kind of experiences are well-timed and well-needed.
Yeah, Scott, you're kind of touching on what Carl and I were talking about last week with Desmond Ritter. Pull, Carl likes to say. And I know when they do all those red zone drills at the end of the 11-on-11, sometimes we're like, come on, Desmond, get it out of there. So you're saying that looked better so far in Miami?
Yeah, I mean, better. We still need to see kind of continual ramping up of kind of being on time and getting rid of the football. I thought the offensive line did a pretty good job of giving him time because, look, it was feisty, but in like a controlled way. We didn't see any brawls or fights or anything that was a distraction from that. So, yes, I thought that he did well. I still agree with you guys that he can do a little bit better, especially when you get in towards the goal line.
All right, let's talk about the defense, man. We heard A.J. Terrell talking about the one-on-ones. These guys have speed. What did you think about the corners specifically and our DBs going up against this wide receiving core?
I mean, look, Tyreek Hill he's going to do Tyreek Hill things sometimes. He's going to put his foot in the ground and threaten you with the speed and then cut across. I think Trey Flowers kind of had to respect that speed and kind of got tossed off in a one-on-one drills. But overall, I thought the Falcons' defensive backs held strong. Jesse Bates and AJ and D. Alford, I thought, had a pretty good day. And I thought they did well on the back end. I thought overall defensively, I thought the Falcons' defensive line kind of held strong as well. Because, look, when you're talking about Waddle and Hill, that's another level in terms of speed, especially compared to the big bodies that the Atlanta Falcons have, right? You have Drake London and Kyle Pitts, and to go up against some of those burners, talking to AJ and Jesse after the practice, they really value those reps, especially when they're playing in that 11-on-11. Look, if it's Tyreek versus any one singular defensive back, he might make that guy look silly. But how did the Falcons secondary coordinate itself to have help over the top to be able to handle that speed? I thought that they did well, and I thought it was good because Miami's offense is so much different than what the Falcons run. It was good to get another look at a different system. I think that they'll be better for it.
It is Scott Bair, guys, from Falcons.com. He's down there in South Florida watching the scrimmage, which wrapped up earlier today. Yeah, by the way, if you talk to the Dolphins social media people tomorrow, Scott, tell them it's totally unfair to have a video of Trey Flowers trying to D up the Cheetah one-on-one, because that's just, as to your point, that's more like a safety because he's a big dude. What about the offensive line? If you saw, I know it's tough to see in the trenches, but what did Bergeron? What did the offensive line look like?
Yeah, I mean, they were all the way down at the opposite end of the field, so I feel kind of less confident about evaluating those guys, but you can feel Matt Bergeron's strength. I feel like I've said that a number of times, but he's just one of those guys. He's not going to be intimidated. He's not going to be kind of like overpowered, shall we say. I really thought that Jake Matthews was doing Jake Matthews type things. haven't mentioned Drew Dahlman in a negative way in public or in private. I think he started to grow into his own regarding his responsibilities up front, and I think that is important. Lindstrom is Lindstrom. Caleb had some good moments. He got beat once, but we're talking, once in 70 reps. But, just in terms of flash plays, I thought the offensive line held up well. I think tomorrow is going to be one of those things. Are we going to see enhanced physicality? Are we going to see it cranked up? Because it is hot. These practices have been long. They went from 9:30ish to about 12:15. That's a good amount of work. There was a lot of situational stuff. And again, Falcons ran a ton. And I think that's good, trying to see how they're working that kind of wide outside zone, how it's functioning against a different defense. I thought it was pretty impactful, especially when Tyler was back there. He really seems to understand this system and can get that full head of steam going to try to break through the line.
Let's talk about the most electrifying player this season. I'm talking about Bijan Robinson. Scott, how did he look? I saw he caught a touchdown in the red zone activity.
Yeah, I thought overall it was a good day for him, especially because he was getting more first-team work than I can recall seeing. And I think that's important because in the regular season, he's going to be running behind the starting five. So why not give him some reps and some opportunity? But he did have some of those flash plays. He can do this thing. The only way that I can describe it is if you've ever seen Top Gun and then Maverick says that he's going to hit the brakes and everybody is going to fly right by, that is Robinson in a nutshell. He does that, hit the brakes, everybody flies right by, and then he gets back to top speed really quickly. He also has that change of direction where he can plant his foot, get everybody going one way, and he goes the opposite way. We saw that a few times. And again, we're seeing him line up in the slot a ton and having him break out from the backfield and do different things. And I think that he's just an exciting player. And there's always a couple moments in a practice where he flashes. And I think to see him flash against a different defensive system, something that he's not kind of seeing over and over again, I think that those were pluses. Right. And again, especially with him working with that first unit, I think that is something that he needs to do more and more as we get towards week one.
So were Dolphin fans doing what Falcon fans do? Watching Bijan doing his thing. Hey, how about we're talking, by the way, with Scott Bair from thefalcons.com. We watched scrimmage today down in Miami. Edge rushers, I know we talked a lot about, and we know the older guys are going to be solid. What about the young guys? Anything stand out to you today?
Yeah, I really thought, and I think this is a good topic because Zach Harrison flashed more than once. And look, he's built like a creative player in Madden. Just his length and his size and his strength really impressed me. That he won with some straight up bull rushes in both in one-on-ones. He has long arms. He tipped one or two passes straight up that I think was encouraging. You're just continuing to see these guys flash. Now look, if you're a coach and you're breaking down practice tape, they're probably going to bring up, well, he made this mistake here, here, and here, right? So he's not perfect, but we're seeing the tools and the physicality and the reason why he was a five-star guy who went to Ohio State. Arnold Ebiketie, too. I didn't know the guy had this inside spin move that he went around two Miami tackles really quickly. I thought he was impressive in those one-on-one drills, and that's what you need, right? Because you sort of figure Calais and Grady and David Onyemata, they're going to do what they're going to do, right? So how is this defensive front going to be dynamic? It's going to rely on that second rotational wave, Ebiketie, Harrison, Carter, guys like that, guys who can fit in here and make one of those game-changing plays and kick that sack number up. Now, again, it's all joint practices, but to see these young guys flash every now and then, you're going to need to keep seeing more and more of that. If they can do that, they gain confidence of the coaches, and that's how you get more snaps on game day.
Yeah, you mentioned they put Drake and Kyle on the ground in the first period, being a little bit physical with them. Did either one of those guys pop, though, today? I mean, because I need to see a big season from Kyle Pitts, Scott. I mean, it's just we saw the rookie year. We know what he's capable of. Hurt 6 games last year. I have high expectations for him coming into this season. How did he look today, just individually going up against those DBs for the Dolphins?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that he was good, and he did make a few plays, but I also kind of grade him on a curve because for the fact that he hasn't missed any practices since he's been working back from this knee injury, right? Is he peak Kyle right now? I don't know. Maybe not, but I think that's okay because the point is to continue to get him better through repetition, through endurance, through strength building, to get him to be peak Kyle by week 1. And I think that that's the ultimate goal. But we are seeing moments of him, but I think that the longer that he goes through this practice process, the more of that dynamic quality we are going to see. Now, Drake London is Drake London, right? He's a big body. He knows how to use his physicality. He and Mac Hollins are big guys that play big, right? That they use their size, their strength. They're not afraid to mix it up. And I think that is important. But back to your point, right? Kyle Pitts can be that truly dynamic player that we saw as a rookie. I think we're still seeing him work into it a little bit, and that we're going to see better Kyle in the future, but you see flashes of it here and there as we progress through the preseason.
And I know we talked about this because it was news. Arthur Smith did talk about the injury for what it was worth. It sounded like he got kicked. I know Clark Phillips has been a big story, but did it look like a superficial, like a bruise, or should we be freaked out about this?
Yeah, it happened right in front of me, and I still didn't get a great gauge of its severity. I mean, he's in a walking boot, but what does that mean anymore? Right. Like, they throw walking boots on everybody these days.
I'm wearing one right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, everybody sees carted off, and they think he's an ender. Sometimes it's just a long ways to the training facility, and getting a ride is easier than having to walk all that way. So we're going to have to see, I hate to sound like Arthur Smith here, but once you get some imaging, and it's not one of those things that I think that you've got to throw him right back out there. But I do think that Clark Phillips had a really good start to camp. Any sort of injury setback for a guy who needs repetition, especially against raw speed, like the Dolphins have, when you're missing that time, that's not good. How long he'll miss, still up in the air, and we've seen a couple of injuries to defensive backs, and I think it speaks to the reason why Terry Fontenot went out and got so much of that quality depth that they've built there is for situations like this. Now with Jeff Okudah, it seems like they dodged a bullet there, and that he should be back early in the regular season. I'm sure that the Falcons are hoping for similarly positive news when it comes to Clark Phillips.
Scott, man, you're going to join us tomorrow. Our guy down there, AtlantaFalcons.com writer, checking out practice. So tomorrow we'll get a sense of what happens, and then we'll head to the preseason game on Friday. But we appreciate you jumping on with us, man. Great perspective on how the Falcons look today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the time, gentlemen. Talk to you soon.
All right. You got it. Yeah, everybody said it was hot. I got to be honest. I know it's a slight difference between Georgia hot and humid and Miami hot and humid, but I was kind of surprised to hear that the players were felt like they walked into an open oven door when they got down there. The practice facility is right next to Miami's Hard Rock Stadium, so a lot of concrete. Formula One tracks right around there. There's a lot of heat down there, brother.
Hey, let's give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see 50 Cent for the Final Lap Tour with Busta Rhymes at Lakewood Amphitheater Thursday, August 17th. Caller number 7 is going to win the tickets. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com, 404-726-0929. That is the number for you to dial us up. Caller 7, you're going to win tickets. I got a thought or two about this Kyle Pitts thing, though. Well, I got to come back, Mike, because I got to start seeing this unicorn. How long do I have to wait?
A while?
Okay, we're going to talk about this when we come back. And yeah, man, no man's on the way. Your chance to win tickets right now.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, I got to ask this real quick. As we were just talking to Scott Bair about the Falcons, all right? And I just got to put this out there. We're supposed to have this unicorn in Kyle Pitts, okay? Right. And I'm just asking the question, when am I going to see it consistently? So I asked him about Pitts, and he was like, listen, I'm grading Pitts on a curve. And I'm not banging on Scott Bair. He's just telling us what he saw down there. But Mikey's healthy.
But not really 100% healthy.
Oh, Jesus. He's practicing. He's healthy.
It's still less than a year than a major knee surgery.
Oh, come on. And then you know what? Put him on the bench and not have him at practice then.
Well, but then someone's got to say, just like we heard from a certain Bengal wide receiver, I need him 100%. I'll wait 4 weeks. No,
that actually does not exist.
Yes.
Yeah, and Jamar Chase was talking about Burrow taking off the entire month of September until he's 100%. Real quick.
Are you saying I've got to when am I supposed to expect Kyle Pitts?
I'm just being a Weisenheimer. I'm with you. The biggest thing we've seen Kyle Pitts do is a couple of high point catches this year in camp. That's it. And that's impressive, but he's also really tall.
He's tall.
Yeah, just pain. It was pain everywhere.
Here's what I'm saying.
I'm with you. He's got to pop this year.
Here's where I'm at.
But it's still only the second week of
come on.
It's the second week of camp.
He should be killing people. Okay? I should hear things like, man, Pitts crushed everybody in camp.
So
today and while he was playing the Dolphins.
Because Tyreek Hill just did some special stuff.
Yeah.
Today. You want to see our special guys do special.
You just said it.
Bijan did special things and Pitts was tall.
That's not enough, okay? All right, real quick. I got to say this before we get man, no, man. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 again. And by the way, I don't care if you guys tell him this, okay? I don't care if you tell his people. I don't care if it gets back to Kyle. Right. I need to see him be a killer, okay? I want to watch Kyle Pitts and go, man, they're going to have problems on Sunday. It's going to be a problem. I don't feel that way, Mike. Mm-hmm. I feel like he's just out there.
Hey, I'm with you. I want to see some, as Morris Day would say, some shaking. I want to see some things happen.
That's all I'm saying. All right.
We're not playing fantasy football.
Coach, come on.
Well, we are actually, Coach, and I need to see these guys put some numbers up.
Okay, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
I just want to come into this show during the season, Mike, and say, did you guys see Kyle Pitts? Right. And that is what we've been waiting on.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
There were some wow moments. Andrew Thomas up at Giants camp just completely humiliated Kayvon Thibodeau.
He did.
That went viral. If you saw that on Good Morning Football this morning. By the way, Thibodeau, 4 sacks last year. Remember all the hype around him? Some guys saying he didn't love football. Anyway, we're cutting into Chris's time. And I know Chris loves Chris's time.
What's going on, Turtle?
Not as much as somebody else loved their time. All right, that's a story for a different day. A story that we did touch on yesterday. This baseball announcer, Kevin Brown, who got suspended by the Orioles. Pathetic. This story caught fire last night.
I had it yesterday in Guy Talk, and a lot of folks from West Durham to other fellow announcers of all sports who said this is ridiculous, and this is the Angelos family in Baltimore.
Yeah, so this is a clip last night. Honestly, I could have picked any major league broadcast last night because every single announcing team was talking about it, but this was the Angels broadcast last night on Kevin Brown.
Well, the pop-up to shallow right center field as Mickey Moniak is there for out number 1 here in the 5th inning. That brings up a good point. The team hasn't scored tonight. They've lost 6 in a row. And sometimes facts are facts, and we have to sit here and talk about them, whether they are pretty or not. And in Baltimore, certainly they have had some different reaction to that sort of thing. And we got a guy sitting a few booths down, the Hall of Famer John Miller, who went through that there almost 30 years ago, and certainly our best wishes go out to Kevin Brown.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. The Federation of Professional Play-by-Play Announcers are standing with each other. This was ridiculous. It's Angelos' son. Another example of nepotism, and a guy who's obviously thin-skinned, who didn't like the fact his home team was spitting facts that they haven't won a game, or a series, I should say, in Tropicana Field in like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I'm glad guys are acknowledging this in the profession. They should be ashamed of themselves. Seriously. The organization should be ashamed of themselves. This should never come to this. If it was personal and he talked about the owner's wife, I'd totally understand it. This was about the game and what they hadn't been able to do at that particular stadium. And by the way, Tropicana Field's a dump, okay?
Right.
But the fact is, I didn't think anything he said was out of line. And I said this to Mike yesterday, all right? Through my play-by-play experience, there are some teams, they want you to be all positive, okay? And if you're not, they're going to have a problem with it. And it's just where we are. I need you to spit positivity, Mike. And if you have to throw something out there that says, hey, we haven't gotten a hit in forever, I would prefer you to not say it. And that's just not the rules of the game for these play-by-play guys.
This comes from John Angelos. He's the guy that pulled the plug on this guy. He went to Duke. What else would you expect from this guy? The idiot son of Angelos, also thought of as one of the worst owners in baseball. It's just nice to see the Orioles fans getting rewarded. Their team's finally worth a darn.
Wow. Chris, anyways, I'm glad guys are speaking out on it. And, if what they should do is say, hey, we screwed up. We're sorry.
Right.
He really didn't do anything wrong. We overreacted. And make this right. But they're not going to do that. They're going to stand by it because they want to be the big, tough team and the organization to say, hey, this guy should have never said what he said. He didn't say anything.
Reminds me of Pat Sullivan, the idiot son of the Sullivan family who tried to be a general manager in the NFL. He's the one that Matt Millen punched out when the Raiders beat the Patriots in the playoffs in '85. Guys like that, you just want to – reminds me of a guy in a basketball team. Oh, never mind. Back to you.
So he'll be back in the booth on August 11th, putting a bow on that story.
By the way, some guys get in the family business and improve what Dad did. Others are just idiots. But back to you, Chris.
So Hard Knocks is not the only football that we're getting tonight. Untold, the Johnny Manziel story, also premieres tonight. And he went on the
Netflix?
On Netflix. Yeah. He went on the Dan Le Batard show to do a preview for the doc.
Wait. What's been untold? He was a hothead. He beat Alabama. He won the Heisman, and then he failed. I mean, what's been untold?
Now you go behind the scenes and learn about the inner demons of Johnny Manziel.
Whatever. I'm not spending a nickel on this.
He's bipolar, Carl. Where's your empathy? You're so unsensitive.
And these were the demons he discussed on the Le Batard show.
You purchased the gun to take your own life, that you were fortunate that it just didn't go off the right way.
I can't really tell you exactly. That night was a lot of a blur, but I did have this plan in my head throughout that year that's what I was going to do. I had no idea how I was going to overcome. How do you go from the high of the high, give up all that? You waste your talent. You ruin your NFL career.
Sounds like he was in a bit of peril there, Carl Dukes.
Yeah. What is untold? That's all I'm asking. We know the Manziel story. Now, I did not know, honestly, I'm being facetious here, but I did not know he tried to apparently take his life. All right, I don't know if anybody knew that.
Right.
Mike, you get to some dark places sometimes when you've been as high as Johnny Manziel has been. And I'm glad, seriously, that, if you're listening to this show, and I'm being real serious right now, we all have issues that everybody's going through. Nobody may not know what you're going through. And that is not the answer. It is never the answer. So I'm glad that didn't take place with Johnny Manziel. But he knows it, Mike. He just heard him say it. You waste your talent. You waste your NFL career. Johnny had a drinking problem. That's another thing that you'll hear about in this doc. Yeah. And everybody at Texas A&M, and I'm just speaking from my friends that were there, knew that. Everybody knew Johnny had a drinking problem, Mike, but he was performing at such a high level, it didn't matter.
Yeah, also began using OxyContin, apparently struggled with cocaine following the 15th season. Real quick, he's opening a bar in College Station. Is this the right idea? Is a good course?
Well, he's past the drinking, allegedly, and so this is a way for him to still be involved and give back to the community. Right. He's still loved there. He did one of Heisman.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to see the dude relapse.
No,
I mean, that's a tough temptation. You're a bar owner in a college town.
Yeah. That's like putting an alcoholic in, a bar.
I know.
Or in charge of a liquor store.
I get it. And I don't know.
Call me crazy. I mean,
I don't know if he has the money to do this, or
maybe just licensing the name.
Yeah, just licensing the name.
I don't think he ever came out and said that he was actually clean, though. He just went to rehab. He never said that he gave everything up.
Oh,
so now maybe he just has it under control.
It was bad, and after the fact, I know this. Even from the coaching staff that was there, there were nights before games, Mike, that he's out kicking it, but he was such a star that they let it go, and then you come in the next day, and Mike, you throw 3 touchdown passes. Guys, he played with Mike Evans. He had guys on that team. You throw 3 touchdown passes, and all of a sudden, people go, oh, yeah, I saw him out last night. It was 4 a.m. He was drunk. Doesn't matter. Right. So.
All right, we got to run. We'll see who's watching what tonight.
Well, but it's Netflix. You can watch it forever.
What's it called again?
Untold.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, tonight I'm watching Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
And then I'll get to Untold tomorrow night.
Yeah.
If there's another Braves rain delay.
Yeah. It's
Or another starting pitcher gives up 5 runs in the third of an inning.
No. I'm just
Hit the
I was
music
just
bow.
arguing with some guy that he says we're overreacting. I go, Elder, his ERA is like 6, and in the last couple of starts. And by the way, Morton's had 15 walks in his last 4 losses. But nothing to see here, Carl Dukes. Yanni Chorizo is going to fix it tonight.
Not his name, Mike. Coming up, we're going to talk about why he stayed. And it's a pretty simple thing. We'll tell you about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. That's how the song starts. It's Dukes and Bell. See, right there. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Stephen Smith hits us up on Twitter, says that he watched a Manziel documentary, said it was very good, and he learned more about him than he had known previously.
All right.
All I'm looking for in a documentary myself.
Yeah, I'm skewed because I've got so many friends at A&M that knew what the situation was, and then he played for Kevin Sumlin. So I was aware of a lot of the stuff. The personal doc, though, is always good because it gives that individual a chance to speak for themselves. Right. But I was being a jerk to Turtle when I said, what is there unknown? Because everybody in the know knew what was going on with Johnny Manziel. But there are a lot of people around the country who don't. So I hope you guys do check it out and do enjoy it. How long is it, by the way, Turtle? Was it an hour, 1 episode, 2 episodes? All right. I want to, because I'm going to invest time, Mike. That's the big thing, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, I'm like you. The one thing I do love, I think most guys out there do enjoy, I love the Falcons. I wish the Falcons could do it every year. I wish the Falcons shot their own thing when we could get behind-the-scenes access every year. I love that stuff. But Hard Knocks, one of my favorites this year, as we said, with Robert Saleh, saying it's too demeaning to the players who are being cut, which it is to a degree, but it's been going on like that for 25 years on Hard Knocks. But the Jets start tonight. I think, was it 9 or 10 o'clock?
I think it's 10. I think it's 10 o'clock. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I do want to check it out and see how this all plays out with Aaron Rodgers, who will be the main storyline.
Right.
Hour, 12 minutes for the Johnny Manziel doc. That's not bad. That's nothing. All right, so you guys check that out. It's on Netflix, by the way. Thanks for the tweet. You can follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929, and follow the radio station at 929 The Game. We're more on the Falcons coming up, guys. They practice today against the Dolphins. I was just saying this about Kyle Pitts, and I don't want to linger on it, but I'm going to linger on it. I just want to start hearing things like, man, you should have saw Pitts today. Oh, Pitts crushed the secondary with multiple catches over the top. Mike, am I asking for too much?
No, I mean, I think when you draft guys that high, and whether you feel it's fair or unfair to Pitts, I mean, there's a level of expectation that comes with it. And he kind of, he teased you a bit that first season. I mean, I still don't understand how him and Matt Ryan couldn't have connected for more. Put that maybe on Matt. I don't know. But this is a dude who did win you games. Now, it was Young Wei Koo field goals, but the games we won that season were thanks to Kyle Pitts getting you in the red zone and field goal range. I can think of 4 or 5 off the top of my noggin.
Lots of yards, not many touchdowns.
And we thought when we got Kyle Pitts, regardless of Matt, whoever's going to be QB, this is going to be the answer to our red zone woes. We're one of the worst red zone teams historically, and we thought this guy's going to be a red zone machine. So I'm with you. It is still early days yet, so you do have to kind of take that with a grain of salt. And because, look, the cheetah, Tyreek Hill is this very unique athlete. He's one of the fastest guys on the planet. And he did Tyreek Hill stuff today in practice. And that got us saying, well, the Miami Dolphin fans also went, whoa, Bijan Robinson's pretty special too, because he was doing Bijan Robinson stuff.
Yeah,
but to your point, you want to see Pitts doing some magical stuff himself.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing about Bijan. And for those of you who had been to practice the last week and a half, okay, you saw it. I didn't have to tell you. You were like, Bijan's pretty special. You saw it. And that's all I'm saying. We need to be saying that about Pitts. And until we do, I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point where we talk about this whole unicorn thing and how special he is. I get it. He's young. This is only going into his 3rd year. I understand that. But the fact of the matter is, at some point, Mike, it's got to click, and then you got to become that guy. And I don't think you should have to wait. I'm telling you guys, this is why I'm all over Bijan. You're not going to have to wait 5 years in to see what Bijan is. You're going to see it this year, okay? And that's all. That's where I'm at with Kyle Pitts. And it's frustrating because you go into these practices where you're playing against another team, and we're talking about other guys, and they're going, man, they really popped today. Well, what about our dude?
Because when you draft a guy in the top 4, he's supposed to be a rock star. And
rock star.
We do believe in Pitts. And again, I wasn't being a wise art, but I do think that Pitts still isn't 100%. I think he's out there. He's tough enough because he knows what's expected of him, but he's not 100% yet.
All right. And if he's not 100, which is they've been very careful with him, there's no doubt. All right. Early in the first days of practice, he was out there with a brace on. There was no activity. I mean, he wasn't really doing anything. But he's healthy, and he's practicing, or at least he's out there, which means to me he's healthy. More on this coming up in our Falcon Report. You'll hear from Arthur Smith as well as A.J. Terrell, who had to cover the cheetah today, and you'll hear what he had to say. Right now, though, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
So why didn't Glenn Schumann leave? He interviewed for the Eagles defensive coordinator's job. He could have joined Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis and others up there because it's Athens North. But, Mike, he said, I didn't leave because I was happy. So now you're talking about the longest tenured defensive assistant on Kirby Smart's staff. He's set to make $1.9 million this year. 5 coaches, by the way, got extended for Georgia, and Schumann is one of them. But it's about Bobo. We said this yesterday, who's going to call the plays. He's making $1 million. And now it's about Schumann. And I know Muschamp is there, but I think Kirby relies a lot on Glenn Schumann. And him not going to the NFL when he had an opportunity to tells you how good things are in Athens.
Right. They got a machine built there. I mean, you hate to lose, Todd Monken, but and I know a lot of Georgia fans are still a little, to think about, and we've already talked about past is not going to be prologue. I think Kirby's got this thing so far down the road and so on track, unlike what Mark Richt had when Bobo would become the scapegoat for some tough losses. So that aside, yeah, Shulman is great. And I again, if there's a pie chart, I don't know how much Muschamp's contributing, but it works. Whatever they got going, Carl, it's working.
He said, Mike, there's a lot of ways to define quality of life. Are you a responsible husband and a father? Do you do what's best for your family and their well-being? To him, Mike, it wasn't all about the money. Maybe the Eagles could have paid him more. But let's be honest, he's making really good coin, as you like to say.
Don't mess with happy.
In the collegiate level, you're at the best program right now. You're getting dudes that are committing to you. Why leave? So he kind of laid it out and said, listen, you can lay all this stuff out. I don't know what your quality of life is about, but for me, I have high expectations and a standard for what I want to achieve in my career, but I'm happy.
And some guys always want to be the man. Another perfect example was Bud Foster at Virginia Tech. He was up for Alabama and other elite jobs over the years, and Bud was like that lunch pail guy. He didn't really, he's not the dude you're going to put in front of the microphone. He just is really good at what he does. Mickey Andrews at Florida State.
Yep.
Some Clemson fans are saying maybe Venables, the grass isn't always greener. Going to Oklahoma. With the expectations, and now coming to the SEC in a year, so we'll see. But again, don't mess with Happy. He's in a really good place. He's making bank.
And I like how this is constructed. You've got the defensive mind again of Muschamp. He's really good, And again, he doesn't have to have the limelight, but Mike, he's playing such a big role behind the scenes. And then you've got Glenn Schumann doing what he does, and why he's still happy at Georgia. At some point, he may go to the NFL, guys. But right now, I'm with him. I would have stayed, and we're going to ride this out and see how far this thing can go. Maybe we win multiple national championships between now and the next few years. Meanwhile, Mike, Georgia losing another recruit, and we were talking about this, the secondary, which seemed to be shored up for the next season, all of a sudden now 2 safeties have decommitted.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Florida State landed KJ Bolden on Saturday. He's the 5-star. He's the better of the recent 2 that were supposed to be going to Georgia. He's from Buford, by the way, the University of Buford. So he's going to Tally. And then the one that which happened just today was Peyton Woodyard, who went to St. John Bosco, the big football powerhouse in Southern California. He's pivoted from the Dogs to the Crimson Tide, and apparently it was not a total surprise to Georgia. I guess he kind of scrubbed some of his Georgia media stuff and decides to go to Bama. So Georgia, all of a sudden, the 2024 safety class is a little thin for Kirby and company.
All right, coming up, we're going to get a chance a little bit later on in the show to talk to somebody that covers the Pac-12, give us a little bit more perspective on all this movement. But, Day, I want our audience to hear Robin Robbins talk about the Pac-12 proposal, because everybody's wondering how this thing dissolved so fast, Mike. Would this? And somebody asked me, this is kind of interesting. They said, would this have happened in the SEC? And I said, no.
No, because they got better. No. Because the SEC's got better commissioners, okay? You think about the guys, and you look at, over the years, the dudes who have shaped college football, and you look at guys like Larry Scott and this Kliavkoff, complete clowns. Remember, they had a chance to merge with the Big 12 a couple years ago in the Pac-10.
Robbins is the president of the University of Arizona. Listen to what he said.
So parts of it were very, very compelling and exciting. And it was Apple. And it was, in our backyard. And but I think the base price, the guaranteed price, the fact that there was no linear and that it was subscription-based, none of us, we were trying to think, well, it's going to be like selling, candy bars for Little League or, Girl Scout cookies, but you get my point. You've got to convince 3 to 5 million people every year to sign up for $100 a year to watch on a streaming-only app.
It's hard. And his point is the money with the media rights with all the major networks, right. It's guaranteed money. This is year to year. And if our product isn't good, and the Pac-12 is projected to be like this year, they've got really good quarterbacks in that league, Mike. I think the Pac-12 is going to be a really good league to watch. But if it's a down year and you don't have that kind of hype surrounding your conference, people are going to opt out. And I'm not paying the $100 to watch your product. And he's saying if subscriptions go down, so does our money. That's not how it works for the SEC or the Big Ten or even right now the Big 12. So he was just, he talks about selling candy bars, but he's not necessarily lying when you say, okay, the streaming thing sounds good, but it's still all based on convincing the public to say, hey, our product is so good. It's like when you buy a UFC fight or a boxing match. My product is going to be so good tonight that I need you to invest $75, and you buy in. But I'm not buying in every year if it's not that, and that's the issue with the Pac-12.
There's an article for guys who get, or you read Awful Announcing, says Larry Scott's past gambles cost the Pac-12 its future. Because there was a time when Larry Scott was considered one of the better deal makers in college sports, big-time deals with ESPN and Fox having both at the same time in the Pac-12, and then things started to go sideways, and then the subsequent commissioners obviously couldn't fix the situation, which led to where you are now. And again, I'm curious to talk to the dude from the West Coast and see Oregon State, what do they do? If you're at Oregon State or you're Washington State, Oregon State's ranked in the preseason top 25.
They are.
What do you do? You call the Mountain West, can we join you? You got, because just the Pac-12 try to continue and bring in those directional schools from California? That's curious. Like Fresno State, San Jose State, San Diego State, and what kind of TV contract would that get you? You're probably right back to square one.
I don't think it brings you any additional multi-million dollars of additional money. I don't believe that.
Right. And BYU was always a team that it was always going to be a gambling chip, and they signed with the Big 12.
Yeah, Big 12's in good shape. But that's an interesting comment from Robert Robbins, the president of Arizona. Hey, guys, you can let us know what you think. 404-726-0929 when it comes to college football. The Dogs in a good spot. We're going to talk to our guy Connor Riley tomorrow, get the latest on what's going on at fall camp. And they got their first scrimmage happening this weekend, so there'll be a lot of eyes on what's happening at Georgia.
And we mentioned it earlier. AJC's Ken Segura had it. Bobby Dodd Stadium. It's now going to be called Bobby Dodd Stadium at Hyundai Field. So Hyundai signs a multi-million-zillion-dollar deal with Georgia Tech, which is pretty sweet for them and helps them fill the coffers and keep that program running like it should.
$55 million over 20 years.
Nice deal.
Yeah, for Georgia Tech. It is a really good deal. All right, we're coming back. We got to talk about our Braves. You're not concerned, but we are. And we'll tell you why next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. I think one of our stars in our city continues to get disrespected. We're going to tell you about that coming up in just a few minutes. Also, we got some interesting stories to get to in Guy Talk. Stay right there. That's coming up in 10 minutes. Mike, last night, Spencer Strider didn't have it. Plain and simple. He didn't have it. And I said this to you. I hadn't even gotten home yet. Literally, when Turtle hit us with the text, and I was like, what do you mean he's only lasted 2 2/3? He gave up 5 hits. He walked 3 guys. Mm-hmm. He was having problems, locating his pitches, Mike. And then they jumped out on him, 6-run third inning by the Pirate, and you're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
And it just felt like, when you lose a game like Strider's, when you had a 2-game losing streak coming into this, because Morton and Elder weren't sharp in their last outings, it just feels like a double punch in the tummy, And now you got, is it Chirino going tonight, the dude we picked up from the Rays off waivers. So see if he can stop it. He had 5 innings the last start at Truist Park. But getting back to the game, yeah, he imploded, and look, he lost his cool. You could see him talking behind his glove. He just lost it. He's like, let's hope we'll count these on less than 3 fingers over the course of the year. I've seen some of the best pitchers in baseball have off nights. It happens.
Yes.
It just coincided with a little rough patch with the Bravos.
With Elder being having issues, with Morton having issues, it just doesn't feel good over the last 3 or 4 nights, and that's kind of where we're at.
The dude's still 12-4. He had a terrible night.
He had a bad night. Let's hear Spencer talk about how he can make adjustments without getting into his own head.
It's hard to do. A lot of that's difficult to really perceive in the moment, I think. In hindsight, it's easy to sort of say what went wrong. I think, like I said, they had a good approach. They were competitive to the fastball. They were competitive when they were behind in the count. Like I said, when I made good pitches, they were spoiling them or putting them in play, and then I stopped making good pitches. So, maybe I needed to be more aggressive, needed to go right at them, but it's not, again, it's easy to say in hindsight.
Thinking too much, Mike.
But, the thing which drives me crazy and he's a great pitcher. This is for any pitcher out there. But, for instance, the Reynolds hit bad. It's just 1-0. You can get out of this inning right now. He gets 2 strikes on him.
Get him out of there.
And then 4 balls.
Yep. Walk.
That's just like, how and he's got enough swagger. He's an all-star. He knows how to get out of some of these jams. For some reason, it wasn't connecting last night.
Yeah, when I hear him there, that just tells me he's thinking a whole lot. And when he's great, he's not thinking. You know what he's doing? Delivering to the plate. Balls back to him, delivering. He's not sitting there thinking about where I need to go and how I need to deliver the pitch. Right. We had a 4-run 4th inning. It made it 6-4. Final score was 7-6. There was a rain delay, which made it difficult. All right, 78 minutes, you're sitting there waiting. But this was about starting pitching. And this gets back to guys in the playoffs, okay? This is where we are. I know it's early August. I get it. And we got the month of September to worry about. But this kind of game in a playoffs, this puts us behind the 8 ball. Right. When your best starters, when Elder or Morton or Strider were to do this in the playoffs, I think this would be an L. I really do. I think this would play out just like it did last night. Our bats are good enough, Mike, to maybe get us back in it. But now it's a wish, a hope, and a prayer that you're going to be able to win the game.
Right. And, last night, and the other thing that irked me is the Braves come storming back, and they make it a 6-4 game, and then Tompkin, who came in to bail out Strider in the fourth, he comes out and gives up that solo home run. So now it's 7-4, and you feel like, oh, crap, now you got to battle back. And then the Braves they put one in the top of the ninth. So the home run that Tompkin gave up, could have maybe forced an extra innings, and maybe it's a different outcome. The other thing is everybody, and I had a guy earlier today, and I muted you, by the way, because I'm not going to lose my cool. But it's just, I said earlier today, I think the Dodgers are going to be a better pitching staff. And he goes, Dodgers are terrible. And I go, yes, statistically right now, the Braves are much better than the Dodgers. I'm talking about when we get to October and the moves the Dodgers made and the pieces that they accumulated and added. And I get it. They've got a guy, who's not pitching right now, and Clayton Kershaw will be back, just like we've got a guy in Kyle Wright. But Kershaw's really good. And the other thing is the Dodgers throw gas, and we've got guys in this bullpen. It's not even remotely close to 21. So the most likely opponent we're going to see in the NLCS, if we handle our business, and again, who knows, Carl? I don't sleep on the Phillies either, because they showed the grit to come back and obviously come back and make the playoffs and beat us. But I'm just saying. If you're looking at the numbers, yeah, because we had an amazing run through May and June. We're 10-11 now, and guys are wobbling.
Yeah.
And if we don't hit, again, last night we scored 6 runs and we still lost the game. You guys think it's softball. It's not softball in October. That's my beef. And that's why, look, I can't cry for spilt milk. We didn't make big moves for a starter. That's it. You're hoping that Wright comes back and he's dialed in. He better be.
Let me hear Strider talk about why he cannot have the mindset that, it's just one of those games and it happens.
I mean, I don't think you can. I think you got to learn from it. And if you try to justify it by saying it's one of those games, then I think you rob yourself of the opportunity to do that. Ideally, I don't want to have any of these games, So in order for that to be a reality, you got to learn from it and wear the responsibility. I look back and I think I can say that it happened as a result of me not executing or not doing what I need to do to be successful. So it's unfortunately, I think it is inevitable to have bad games, but this was a level of bad that can't happen.
He's right about that. Especially with the talent he's got on the mound. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's shift gears and talk about the other star in our town. We'll get more Braves coming up in the 5 o'clock hour with Grant McCauley. But, Mike, Trae Young is catching some grief right now. And if you haven't been keeping up with this, Trae to not be selected, to the U.S., to the Team USA.
For the FIBA championships. They're warming up out in Vegas right now.
And by the way, he was slighted a couple of years ago as well, So everybody's saying, what's the deal? Wait a minute. Is he not one of the top players in the NBA? Why shouldn't he be on top of these lists when we start talking about who's going to represent our country? This is his time, You can talk about the Redeem Team and the Dream Team and all these teams in between, but this is the next group of guys where it's their time and the young stars, whether it be, guys that are going to represent our country. Trae should be one of those guys. So, Mike, this report comes out that Trae Young did not make a great case for himself during his previous time. And I said he got slighted a couple of years ago.
Right.
And he was like, no big deal. I got plenty of time. My career, I'll be able to do what I want to do. But he got, slighted because apparently, according to reports, some people were accusing him of going over the top of a screen and basically not playing the way, I guess, defense the way that they wanted him to.
Not going over the screen, going behind.
Yeah, going over the top of the screen.
Not chasing your guy like you're supposed to and stick to your man.
When you go underneath the screen, for those of you who are wondering, it allows a shooter to have a better look than if I go over the top and I force him to now make a move. So whether this is how Trae plays or they were asking him to play one way or the other, I just think this is another reason, Mike, that people go, well, why isn't he making these teams? Why is he not being represented? Or people are trying to recommend him. This is crap, This is Team USA. If you put Trae with the best scorers on Team USA, I guarantee you he's going to have 20 assists. Every night, 15 to 20 assists. He didn't even have to score on those teams, Mike, And again, I would ask you, when we play international competition, this is why the team is made up the way it is. You're not asking Trae to be a stopper. This is a crap excuse for me, and I think this is another reason why he gets the stuff that he gets from people around the league.
So how does this get out there? Who's putting this out there?
Well, this was per ESPN _ McMahon, right, Chris? That's who originally put this out. Tim McMahon put this out there saying, I heard this
Who's
stuff.
putting that in Tim's ear? I mean, because as I said, whether it was the All-Star game in Atlanta a couple of years ago, the All-Star game this year, it's like, why is this dude not getting the love? From being like one of the young rising stars and being one of the possible faces of the NBA with a performance against the Knicks and against the Sixers, almost against the Bucks, that we're onwards and upwards. And it seems like there's always people chipping away at this guy for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I want to bring it up. I know we're in the heart of football season starting and preseason, and we've got the Braves going. But today, Mike and I mentioned this. There is a deal apparently on the table, according to Shams Charania, that DeAndre Hunter and A.J. Griffin could be traded with draft compensation to Toronto for Pascal Siakam. And we mentioned this at the start of the show. There's no timetable for this, but if this is true, and I have to say if it's coming from Shams, it probably is, that this is a proposal that the Hawks have put out there, whether Toronto bites or not, they're still trying to figure out where they want to go with this. But you've got that going on, and then Trae having to answer questions about, well, why are you not with Team USA? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the thing with Siakam, and he does score a lot of points, and that would bring a lot more. It would nearly double, or certainly add by 10, what John Collins was bringing on average, certainly a lot more than what he was averaging in the playoffs. But you'd have to turn around and give Siakam a contract, because Siakam's a free agent at the end of this next year. So you're not going to make that deal and give up A.J. Griffin. Who I hate to lose A.J. Griffin. Some guys say they don't want to lose Jalen Johnson. But you're going to have to give up something, you got to give to get.
You do.
And, Capella, and as we said, maybe not high on their list. They want somebody, an outside shooter like A.J. Griffin. I hate to lose Griffin, but you got to make the deal sweet. But you'd have to turn around and give a max contract to this guy.
You would.
So that's Trae, DeJounte's big cheddar, and then this guy. So you're telling me that Russell's going to come with that cash?
Well, then you're also saying that's my three. Those are the three guys that are going to lead us. And by the way, Siakam's way better than John. Okay, he was or is. get
and I'd
it.
move DeAndre Hunter in a heartbeat to get Siakam in.
But
that's 24 points a night.
Now that's what you're banking on, Mike, is those are my big three, and we'll have those supplementary players around those guys. Here's what Trey, by the way, said about wanting to play on Team USA in the 2024 Olympics.
I definitely want to. Like, I've talked about playing on USA a couple times, so I definitely want to. It's up to them if they want me to. I mean, I would love to play with guys and show off my passing even more and not have to go out and score a lot and just be there if they need me to. So, I mean, I'd be happy to, obviously. I'd love to play, but I respect the OGs and understand it's got to take your turn, but I believe I should be on.
Yeah, I believe that too, Trey. I'm with you on this. I mean, if you are a top 10 guy in the NBA right now and you're a super max contract, you're not worthy of playing on Team USA? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just, would like to know where's the beef on this. Who's beefing with him? What is Trey? Is Trey not kissing enough butt? Everybody, that's what I don't get. Everybody daps up Trey after the game like they're all boys, and then meanwhile, those guys are talking some nonsense behind his back.
This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Carl, it is officially now time for Major League Baseball to switch to the robots, at least behind the plate. The strike zone was a mess in the Braves game last night.
Yeah.
Strike zone was a mess in the Royals game last night. And if you didn't see, and it's radio, so I'll have to explain it to you, what Brett Boone did to show up one of Major League Baseball's worst umpires, I say bring in the robots. Let Skynet be damned next.
and Bell
is the best. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy, you got that right. Brought to you by Dukes and Bell Hey Man Ale. And don't forget our watermelon lime. They just put out a big batch of it. So if you're looking for it at your favorite package store or your neighborhood Publix ain't got it, ask them to get it, and they will. I was showing the picture at Mike Bell ATL, showed Carl. Came up with our prototype of the new T-shirt came out. Guys express interest, Carl. We got to find the price point that works, and so we can make a small profit.
Yeah, I reposted it last night.
Wet our beaks just a little bit.
Listen, our logo is cool, first of all. Right. It just is. And when we did the watermelon lime, the colors changed, right? We went from that dark red and black to the watermelon color, and I loved it, man. It looks tight, so yeah, I'm hoping we can get this going.
And again, perhaps we can come up with a charity, maybe my Chica Linda Foundation. Chris, I know Day you're new to the show, but yeah, we try to help single moms down in Central America and get them to start here in the country. Anyway, more on that coming up. Hey, man, a couple of things. You talked about Trey getting snubbed for this FIBA, and again, I don't know how many people follow. Do you follow the Olympic basketball, FIBA? I mean, do you care? Anyway, Jalen Brunson, a victim of a wallet prank by Team USA teammates in Vegas. The Knicks star, he's in Sin City with the team. Tyrese Halliburton and Brandon Ingram apparently find his wallet. He left it in the locker room. It wasn't secured in like little safe that they have. Yeah. So what did they do with his wallet? They went and hit the vending machine.
Oh, they spent his money.
And they posted a viral video that says, JB left his wallet and we hit him, flashing a bag of Funyuns.
When's the last time you had Funyuns? I like Funyuns.
I mean, no, we got our vending machine here is on the 8th. We got a really good variety of snacks. We cover all the bases: Doritos, potato chips, Snickers, Milky Way. We got some good stuff. But Funyuns, I'm always a big Funyun fan, right? You can't have onion rings, go with Funyuns. So he goes, what'd you get in the vending machine? He asked Ingram, who was smiling, holding a red Gatorade, Ruffles potato chips, and a cinnamon roll.
A cinnamon roll?
And then eventually Jalen Brunson got his wallet back and said, can't even be good criminal, shaking my head. That obviously they copped to this. It went viral, but it's kind of funny. So that's at least $9 they spent on the vending machine because it's Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's what, it is expensive. I mean, I don't know about you. You guys been downstairs, like the vending machine, and now it's credit card, right? You don't even have to put money in there. It's just tap your card. Doop, doop. Just takes your money.
And by the way, I learned the hard way on that one. You got to make sure you tap it to close. You got to press the button to close it out.
Oh, do you?
If you leave it open.
What?
Yeah. I mean, who knows I think Greg Street must have had like 2 bags of Doritos on my dime.
Greg Street.
So I just saying, but you got to tap it after you're done with your order. Otherwise,
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Now you know.
Well, you know what? Now I got to go look at my charges.
No, because you tap the card on the vending machine, get your order, get a Dasani water or whatever, some chips, and then you got to finish your order, right? And you tap.
I did not know that. Yeah. I didn't know that.
So be careful, man. Check your statements. Here's an interesting story. A woman in Texas is in her backyard, and she was, just doing some yard work, and all of a sudden, a snake falls out of the sky and lands on her arm, and immediately wraps itself around her arm, and starts holding on for dear life. And then a hawk comes down and lands on the snake and her arm.
Oh, stop it.
And then is trying to pull the snake, which has got a death grip on her arm, and trying to get her. And she's got bites up and down her forearm. It looks crazy. Yeah, her name is Peggy Jones. She was on her riding mower in her lawn in Silsbee, Texas.
Yeah, okay.
And
Small
this
town.
is back in July 25th. Snake landed on her arm, literally fell out of the sky. The experts figure the hawk had gotten the snake either from a lake bed or a river bed.
Dropped it.
Was up, dropped it, and the odds on this are incredible. But the snake lands on her arm, immediately coils on her arm, and then the hawk comes down to get his lunch.
Wow.
And so, needless to say, the snake was squeezing so hard, I was waving my arms in the air, and then this hawk was swooping down, clawing at my arm over and over, just saying, help me, Jesus, help me. The husband comes out. He had a shotgun, puts off some blast in the air to scare the hawk away. And then eventually, he says the brown and white hawk landed at least 4 times. He's blown off the shotgun. Her entire right arm is left bloody. The hawk eventually gets off. The snake drops. And then she hops in a pickup truck with the husband, rushes to the hospital. They saved her arm.
Do we know what kind of snake it was? Was it poisonous?
Didn't say. They said they didn't explain. In the article I'm reading right now, this is from the Dallas Morning News, doesn't say what kind, so it could have been something is like, I discovered the lens on my glass was broken. There was snake venom on the glasses. So whatever the snake was, it was venomous.
Wow.
So I got to the bottom part of the story.
She's lucky to be alive.
But the photos, I mean, it literally looks like something from a science fiction movie. I mean, it looks terrible, but she survived.
Mike, what are the odds of a snake dropping? How far do you think that snake dropped? That hawk was probably.
That's what she said. She goes. She was told by one doctor she must be the unluckiest person in Texas to have suffered a simultaneous attack by a hawk and a poisonous snake.
That's bananas.
And then to which another doctor, because again the glass is always half full or half empty, says she's the luckiest person in the world to survive this thing.
I guess.
Imagine just mind your own business and all of a sudden, boom, there's a snake on your arm.
It would have scared the crap out of me.
No kidding.
And then this hawk. Those hawks are big, by the way.
Oh, no kidding. There's one when I lived in Midtown down at the Spire on 7th, there's 2 hawks. I think they nest in the church. You know, the one that you walk right behind Chris. Chris lives down the street. You'll be in Midtown. It's one of the coolest things to be in a high-rise environment with big buildings and see these 2 hawks just floating around on thermals, just doing their thing. And we used to joke around, man, if your cat gets out on the balcony.
Yeah.
Adios.
Because I'm like, what are they eating down here? You know,
Right.
like
pigeons, birds that are smaller than
I was
them.
going to say, out where I live, we see hawks. I have this huge owl. I walked out. This is about a year maybe or so ago, and at night, like when it's dusk,
right,
you just hear them, oh, oh, and you hear them, so you know they're there. But Mike, I came out and I was taking the trash out, and something just said, "Look up," and I looked up, and he was sitting on this tree, Mike, and this you can't see it. Maybe you can on video,
right.
Guys. This thing was like 3 feet. Sitting on a branch,
That wingspan is
and his
insane,
head,
right.
his head was like the size of my head, and he looked down. You know, they have those huge eyes, and he looked down at me, and I was like, I was frozen because I had never seen him. All I've heard is oh, late at night, and so I'm looking at him, and he just stood there, didn't move. His head moved around, and he turned his head, and now I'm like, everybody come out! Like I wanted everybody to come see because we had never seen him. 3 feet,
wow,
sitting on a branch.
We got huge hawks and critters down there. Those turkey vultures down where I live. I just wish the cat would wander out one night. It's always the one that's tearing up the sofa.
Yeah,
Not,
and I say
not the cat that
I'm
like.
gonna say I'm saying this big, but like what's
Yeah.
that? 2.5 feet?
Yeah, but the wingspan is like 9 feet.
Yes.
It's like a damn pterodactyl.
It's crazy.
out there, man. I told you the story about my kid. I know I gotta move this along. I gotta get to the
Well,
robots.
this story about the snake is crazy.
I told Chris. You ever heard the story about my kid brother in Florida?
Don't think I did.
On vacation when he was like 7 or 8 years old, and they're on Fort Lauderdale Beach, and there's pelicans flying around up to high, and my brother goes, "What's that?" And so my dad turns to my brother and goes, "That's a pterodactyl." And my brother goes, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, pterodactyl. Everybody knows there's dinosaurs in Florida." And my brother said, "What?" But he goes, "Yeah. Why do you think they put Disney World down here?" And so he turns to my Uncle Nick and he plays along. He goes, "Isn't that right, Uncle Nick?" He goes, Uncle Nick goes, "Damn right. Damn, I had like a baby T-Rex in my garbage cans last week." So my kid brother, with his Kodak Instamatic, takes pictures of pelicans flying up high, then goes to show and tell and tells everyone he saw pterodactyls on Fort Lauderdale Beach.
There are no pterodactyls.
Again, it's just another, and this is why my kid brother is who he is. And this is why my kid brother now talks like Christian Bale. He's so joyless because he was traumatized by me and my father as a child. How's it going, Andy? How's it going? Dirtbags on the street. It's a living hell. Okay, Andy, good conversation. Hey, speaking of New York, Brett Boone has been run more than anybody. I mean, he's getting up there in like Bobby Cox territory as far as fights with the umpires. Although I would say this, if you didn't see the video, he certainly had well within his rights to call out Las Diaz last night. It was Yankees in Chicago taking on the White Sox. The Braves got hosed. If you saw the strike zone last night, I thought Strider, maybe that's why he's got to throw better pitches, but I thought the strike zone was inconsistent last night in Pittsburgh. If you didn't see it, he basically goes up. Once he gets run, he says, "Well, you're already kicking me out. Let me get my money's worth." For those who don't know, Las Diaz is one of those umps who struts around like a peacock and is also, Carl, one of those guys that will walk to the dugout. He's got rabbit ears. And you and I were just talking about this yesterday. Just whether it's Angel Hernandez or C.B. Buckner. Actually, this guy, Las Diaz, it's like C.B. Buckner and Angel Hernandez had a more incompetent love child. That's how bad this guy is. So Boone goes out. He draws a line about 2 inches off the black of the plate, and then he imitates Las Diaz's punch-out sign. It's gold.
That's clowning him.
Chris, have you seen this? I thought it was. Look, I'm not a Yankee fan, but I thought Brett Boone was awesome last night.
No, it's one of the few times that I've been able to have some relief in what has been an otherwise miserable season.
That's a good point. But anyway, Carl, it's become a big storyline. We're seeing more and more of this. The umps are too much of the story.
Yeah.
We've seen it in some bigger games. We've seen the Braves get hosed. Lord knows they don't know how to use replay. We now found out that you can't tell if a catch is a catch in the infield. A lot of things that Manfred I think he's done some good things. Obviously, screwing us out of the All-Star game isn't one of them, but the instant replay should be expanded. I got time for one more baseball story. Speaking of the White Sox, pitcher goes to the Yankees, basically says, the White Sox are a really crazy team. Kenyon Middleton goes to the Yankees and tells ESPN there's no rules or guidelines, there's really no culture, and then, hell, we got a guy that's sleeping in the bullpen. Well, the general manager of the White Sox goes, no. Nobody is asleep in the bullpen. But we do have a guy that has sleep issues, and we do permit him to sleep in the clubhouse. So apparently you got a narcoleptic relief pitcher for the White Sox.
I want to know who this guy is.
I would hate to see him, pitch count's coming down now, 3-2. Is he going to fall asleep on the mound like a horse?
I don't know why he admitted this. If you don't have anybody sleeping in the bullpen, leave it at that. But he leads you to this next story, which is now everybody's like, well, who's this guy? Who's falling asleep?
And by the way, snitches get stitches. I don't know why Middleton had to pop off. Middleton was like, I was excited about shaving my face to be a Yankee. Really? What are you, teacher's pet? But Middleton said that there was a guy that he missed some of the infield practice. When pitchers practice getting to first or fielding bunts. Because we had this young player miss practice, the GM said, and for the next 3 days, he was out there doing infield. Yeah, he takes naps once in a while, but everything's okay. Sounds like Southside's a little wacky right now.
It is a little wacky. Good stuff, Mike. Coming up, Falcon Report, we've got the latest on the Clark Phillips injury. Not what you think. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Lots of stuff going on with the Falcons down in the MIA, taking on the Dolphins for a couple of days of practice. And then on Friday, the first preseason game, guys, Falcons at Miami, 5 o'clock pregame, kicks at 7 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And a couple of things we need to get you updated on. And then there is another big story that we need to talk about coming up here in less than 10 minutes, and it has to do with ESPN, so stay tuned for that. Mike, first and foremost today, one of the first things we heard when we got to work today was Clark Phillips, a guy that we've taken a liking to. He's a baller, man. Playing well in the secondary. We drafted him out of Utah, guys. He was injured today and got kicked, apparently, okay? And we didn't know the extent of the injury, but he got carted off. And we always are very cautious when guys get carted off. But the news is that it's not as bad as it was perceived.
Day to day, which is good to hear, man. Because we've seen guys carted off at Falcons camp, and some dudes got their injury settlement and probably won't be playing the rest of the year. And then, we're still waiting here, although the news certainly is better than expected about Jeff Okudah. But, yeah, and Randy Mack was kind of funny. One of the last things we said today at the handoff, Randy's like, oh, everybody's getting carted off these days.
He did say that.
Bunch of softies. But that's great news because, we said we've got a lot of depth, but like anything else, you keep scratching away and whittling away at that depth. All of a sudden, you get into guys that definitely aren't as good. And one of those things today, and again, shame on the Dolphins, Carl. If you're going to show a Tyreek Hill video, at least have him going up against A.J. Terrell or one of these dudes. They had him going up against, I guess it was Trey, and it didn't look good.
Trey Flowers.
Yeah, Trey Flowers, because, that's a 6'3" dude who looks more like, reminded me of Lewis Oliver, right? More like a safety. But he was kind of doing his cheetah thing, bing, bong, bing. But also, we had some magical moments, which kind of gave the crowd some oohs and ahs, and that was with even Dolphin fans appreciating Bijan Robinson's game today.
Yeah, he caught a touchdown in the red zone. And again, they're working on specific things, so, I don't want to get overly excited, but you either pop or you don't. You either look like a star or you don't, okay? Let me ask you guys something. How long has it taken Messi to come over here and you to realize he's really damn good? Instantaneously. Either you pop or you don't. And for me, that's what I'm waiting to see with some of our Falcons. And specifically, one guy is Kyle Pitts. And we had this conversation earlier, and I said, you're going to hear it coming up with Scott Bair, who was there today, and he was covering the practice, and we were talking about, all right, what did this look like? He said early on the Dolphins took Drake London and Kyle Pitts to the ground. Like, whether it was purposely or, hey, we're going to be physical with you guys, however you might imagine that. But my thing was like, okay, so Kyle Pitts did what today? I want to start hearing how Kyle is dominating these practices, Mike. I want to start seeing and hearing those things that we haven't necessarily heard. Now, you said, and by the way, Scott Bair said this early. He said, I'm grading him on a curve because he's coming off the injury. You sort of feel the same way.
Yeah, and I'm not making excuses. We're here. The line is here now for this team. But to your point, as a fourth overall pick, you expect to really pop. It's just like everything else in Atlanta. There's no when it comes to the Falcons, you can't definitively say he's a bust. He's not a bust. We're going into year 3. But he did miss time last year. And then in his defense, the guy throwing the ball to him while he was healthy was a bum, and Marcus Mariota. And there were times I know he was open, and Mariota couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. But now you need to see this guy's pop, because at the end of the day, you're still a fourth-round pick.
Yeah.
And fourth-round picks are supposed to be the best guy on the field. So the only excuse I would make for him is he is still less than a year away from that knee injury. And he's maybe not 100%. And I also think that Kyle hears the chatter and wants to prove he's good to go. So he's made some guys ask me, what's Pitts done at camp? Well, a nice high point catch in traffic. He's caught some nice, acrobatic catches, shoestring level, because he's a tremendous athlete. But you're right. You want to hear the stuff you're hearing about other guys like Bijan or Tyreek Hill, because he's supposed to be that kind of an elite athlete, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. But plenty of time. We're still early. We hadn't even played our first preseason game.
Right.
Okay. But I also think it doesn't take a lot of time for us to feel like this is going to be special. You feel that way with Bijan. I think a lot of you who went to practice over the last week and a half, you feel that way by watching him. Let's hear what Coach said today, Mike. It's our Falcon Report talking about Arthur Smith. How did he think the offense did today?
Yeah, it was good. We worked some situational stuff, and then we were going down there to kick a field goal and working that situation. At the end, got the ball down there. Went 1 for 2 on the kick, but there was some time, so we still had to go out and play defense. But it's good to work those situations in the game. I mean, on the first drive, obviously, we made the kick. But, again, I got to go look at the other side. And it felt really competitive. There was no really any BS or anything like that. So, good day.
By the way, Arthur immediately after practice went to South Beach, and he was hitting the rave that was going on in the backyard of the Tides, and they had a DJ spinning. That's how cool Arthur is. That's actually there, just the crowd.
Yeah, listen, they get it hype, whatever. I just want us to practice well against a team that I think is going to be good during the season. I think this is a good roster for the Miami Dolphins. Here is what he said about Clark Phillips when it happened. He was giving an update earlier today. We now know, I repeat, Sean, who just hit us up, Clark Phillips is listed as day-to-day. It wasn't as serious as they thought. He was carted off as precautionary, okay? So that is what we're reporting to you guys. He's going to be fine, basically, all right? Day-to-day, aren't we all? Here's what Coach said earlier today about the injury.
Update you on Clark Phillips' situation?
He got kicked, so, again, you just never know. And, we just got to get the x-ray. But, again, D-Led, you just never, you just got to get the imaging done, and we'll see. But at least he got up on his own, and hopefully we'll get that x-ray soon.
Yeah, it's good to hear because, as we said, we're starting to get a little thin at an area we were talking about how robust we are at the corner position. Speaking of the matchups with the corners, D-Led had a funny quote from Jerry Gray, who's a legendary secondary coach who's now working with the Falcons. He says the Dolphins wide receivers Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle could be the third and fourth leg on a 4x100 relay team. He says he'll stress techniques for the DBs today, and you saw some of that. Some of the techniques worked, but some of that stuff you just can't match up that speed, and Tyreek Hill was put on a show.
Yeah, I think good news, if you want to hear good news about this defense, D-line stood up today.
Yep.
Stood up, stood out, okay? So our D-line had a good day. I'll take it, Mike, because this is an area where we said we have to improve. So you're talking about Grady and David Onyemata, right? Those guys up front. That is good news. All right, here's A.J. Terrell talking about his one-on-one battles today and his matchups.
Matchups is good, just being able to see new faces and, Tyreek Hill and the whole receiver core with Waddle as well. We got a lot of speed over there, so it was a big difference between our receivers, just being from a speed aspect of the game and them just trying to get the ball to their ones.
Yeah, man, that's why this is such a cool test because, we talked about this earlier. Only 3 weeks now. Almost every NFL team is doing a joint practice like this because you're trying to maximize matchups. And again, there's things like, as we said, we've got, I think you brought this up earlier, we got tall, athletic wide receivers. They've got shorter guys that are more athletic, and are just speed demons, to Jerry Gray's point. So you get those matchups. Talked about a good offensive line, and Calais Campbell dressed out today. He was ready to go after passing the physical. So, and we've got the new, for what it's worth, depth chart.
Yeah, a guy just...
The new depth chart, Carl!
Well, a guy just hit me up because some of this stuff is coming out. And there are various people that we trust that cover the Falcons, and somebody put it out there that Bijan is listed as third string. Don't get caught up in that. They currently have Cordell Patterson, CP, as a starter.
Right.
Backup is Tyler Algier, and Bijan as a reserve is what they're calling it, okay? Don't get caught up in this. Mike just said to me, we're still looking at this Matt Hennessy left guard situation and Matthew Bergeron. Hennessy is considered to be the starter, at least on paper. Don't get caught up in this. I think Mike thinks the Bergeron's going to ultimately be the starter, and the whole how many snaps Bijan gets. I'm telling you, he's popping, and he will be in. I guarantee you, Carolina game, first series.
Yeah,
he's on the field,
and may even get the first touch.
Okay?
But yeah, and so again, they're going with the reps. I should say with the veterans. It has nothing to do with the reps because even though Hennessy, to your points, listed first, Bergeron's got the lion's share ever since he went down with an injury last week.
Yeah,
I mean, and Bergeron is bigger, more athletic. No disrespect to Matt. I mean, if he's not starting there at left guard, something's wrong this season.
Starters on defense, if you're interested, just from a on paper standpoint.
Now this is interesting because here's where you have veterans and other veterans. So you can do you read something more into this?
Grady, David Onyemata, Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree. All right, that's your D-line. Your linebackers are Caden Ellis, Troy Anderson, and Arnold Ebiketie, outside linebacker. And then you've got A.J. Terrell, Jesse Bates, Richie Grant, D. Alford, and again, Jeff Okudah. Better diagnosis, right? We said this. He may or may not miss games. We don't know. He might be ready for the start of the season. We'll see. But that's what it looks like, at least, Mike, from a starting defensive standpoint. And then you start looking at the backups, and you go, wait a minute. Some of these guys are having really good camps. And I'll give you a guy, and you'll hear this coming up in our interview with Scott Bair earlier today. Zach Harrison's having a good camp.
Yeah, the dude that's a third-round pick, this was the guy, Georgia fans saw him in the semifinal game for Ohio State. He is like a mountain of a man. He's one of the first guys you notice at practice, is this dude, and he is a monster, and he's coming along. But I think according to what Scott Bair from the Atlanta Falcons website, Zach had a big day today down in Miami.
Yeah, he is listed as the third reserve behind Calais Campbell. So, again, these are rotational pieces. We know Calais is not going to play every defensive snap.
No. And you and I were trying to come up with a number. You say 25?
30.
Okay. And again,
that's half a game.
Right. And this is his last season. Hopefully he's going to go out with some gusto. But it is interesting to see this, because some guys will look at this and go, wait a minute. So, to Carl's point, they're playing lip service to the veterans.
Yes.
As rookies are going to probably, to the rookies who may or not beat them out. But it is interesting to see that, right off the jump, Bud Dupree is over Lorenzo Carter, who was brought back from last year on a one-year deal.
Yeah. All right, guys, you can let us know what you think. 404-726-0929. More on this practice, as you'll hear in our interview. But a good day. Good day.
Hey, here's one little factor before we catch the commercial break. Ross Dellinger covers college football.
Yeah.
We're talking yesterday about this wacky landscape and nothing makes any sense anymore. The expansion conversation in the ACC, apparently, Carl, goes beyond Stanford and Cal. Yahoo Sports has learned that SMU is up for consideration for the ACC, which would put them in Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth footprint.
That's interesting.
It's not the craziest idea.
No. Nothing is crazy at this point.
But, I mean, it makes sense in the sense that you're actually getting to a market that's good for you.
And a great TV market as well. Right. All right, coming up, we're going to get more information on this Pac-12 situation, the college football landscape. We're going to grab a guy who writes for the Oregonian. Can I say that? And covers the Pac-12, Mike, because we're wondering where this goes and what's going to happen next. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
What's going on, brother?
All right, so I don't know if many of you guys realize this. I didn't, full disclosure. The NHL draft was last night.
I'm sorry?
What?
Yeah, the NHL draft was last night. That's not the point.
I know somebody drafted a kid from Regina. I remember the first time I heard that name. I was in hockey camp in London.
Mike, that's not a city. There
was a kid, Reggie McManus. I was in hockey camp and a goalie camp every summer. It didn't really help me because I never got tall. You got to be tall to be a goalie these days in the NHL. But Carl, I'm like, where are you from, man? I'm from Long Island. I'm from Regina. I'm like, what? No, that can't be right.
I've never heard of. Did you say Regina or
it's Regina.
Oh, okay. You said Regina.
Regina is the name of the city.
Not real.
So what had happened was
it's Regina, Saskatchewan. But needless to say, when you're 12 and 13 years old, that's an endless amount of ball busting that goes on.
Well, yeah,
at hockey camp.
Factory.
Yeah,
I just didn't know it was a real place. Go ahead.
So
it's a thing, but go ahead.
The Montreal Canadiens were picking fifth.
I'm from Butte, Montana. That's Butte. Excuse me. Sir.
Yes. They were picking fifth, and they had all-time great Carey Price up on stage to announce the pick. And then this happened.
Bonsoir. Le Canadiens de Montréal are proud to select David.
He forgot.
Is it written down?
I didn't know how to say it.
We planned it that way.
Is there a phonetics?
David Reinbacher.
Okay.
So David Reinbacher, that was the player.
All right. I mean, usually for stuff like that, there's a giant phonetic. Like when Goodell does something, there's a giant phonetic breakdown for him, David Reinbacher, everybody. Bonsoir.
Yeah, that's one of those moments you feel bad for, not him announcing, for the kid.
Yes.
Hey, the kid, this is his moment. He's getting drafted. Dude, you're messing my name up.
Although, au contraire, mon frere, could you argue that this is actually more of a moment because it'll be remembered forever as one of the great faux pas in NHL draft history?
So you want to be the guy that, hey, I'm the guy that got drafted and they screwed my name up. You want to be that guy?
Yeah, because he's not the number one pick. So, you're never going to have that claim to fame. You could be the number 5 pick in the 2023 NHL draft, and no one could know you from Adam. Or you could be the guy that one of the great players in franchise history forgot live on stage.
Yeah. If Reinbacher goes on to be a stud, that's fine. I know that, it always been funny if you follow the NHL, nobody's going to stick around for, the third round of the 111th pick. But when there was a certain player who played much of his career in Buffalo, it wouldn't be funny, guys, with the 111th pick, the Oilers select Miroslav Satan. Check Satan, check that. I always thought that was to see that on the back of the jersey. Satan, blah, blah, blah. Like that's Satan, sir, not Satan.
Is he from Regina?
No, but Connor Bedard is, and that's the number one pick to go to the Blackhawks, who for the first time since Patrick Kane maybe have a guy that can build a franchise around.
Well, they say he's the equivalent of Wemby.
Right.
In the NHL. He's that talented, that good, which means he'll have an immediate impact. So, but Chris, you're right. We did not watch the NHL draft last night.
For what it's worth, the Rangers selected Gabriel Perreault. Yeah, again, I didn't really stay up. I just got the tweets from the Rangers and figured got to do my research on this. Just didn't really have the juice, does it?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. But it doesn't have the juice.
But some of these guys will change the franchise.
Oh, they'll be great. Listen, this is no disrespect to any of these great hockey players that are coming, but the reason why it doesn't have juice is because you don't know them.
Correct.
That's all.
Yeah, and baseball's draft, unless, now because so many more guys are playing college baseball than the old days when the bonus babies out of high school. But it is interesting. Baseball's getting a little bit better. NFL is the best. I think the NBA is the worst because you don't know where the guys are going. 1 minute the guy's got this hat on. Next thing you know, he's doing a second interview. He's been traded. So it's, at least Carl, the NFL, when a guy gets drafted, you know he's going to be somewhere for at least 4 or 5 years, right?
All right. I'm sorry. Guys are having fun with this Regina.
Yes. So Connor Bedard from Regina.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Where were you, Turtle? Go ahead.
Okay.
And if we had a buddy from Intercourse, Pennsylvania, we really would have had some fun.
We are firing on all cylinders right now.
These are all town names.
We are cooking with grease.
These are town. Yeah. Hey, man, today's Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday.
And now Taco Bell can say it, and they own it. Yum Brands. They own Taco Bell. They're based up in Louisville. They got themselves the right. They competed fast food chain with Taco John's, and they told the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office it would abandon its federal Taco Tuesday trademark. Taco John's has been using it. Taco Bell says, come on, you can't have that. Nobody even knows who Taco John's is.
And they're not lying.
We're Taco Bell. So for what it's worth, Taco John's CEO Jim Krill says, we've always prided ourselves on being the home of Taco Tuesday, but paying millions of dollars to lawyers to defend our mark just doesn't feel like the right thing to do.
Yeah, of course not.
It's a Cheyenne, Wyoming-based chain, by the way.
Well,
in case you're wondering where the hell is Taco John?
Well, you know what happened here, right, Mike? Big bank take little bank. That's what happened. Taco Bell was like, wait a minute, what'd you say?
That's a Big 10-4.
Yeah.
The folks at Taco John's have 400 locations. Taco Bell has 7,200.
Yeah. It's no.
And what would be the attraction? Taco Fall.
So now, Taco Tuesday, you are no longer the intellectual or whatever the proprietor. Taco John's no longer have proprietary use of Taco Tuesday,
and
we can all join in.
Well, everybody uses it. I mean, generally speaking, Taco Tuesday, and then LeBron did it, and everybody lost their mind. And you see the commercial with LeBron, like, can I say it? Can I not say it? But I'll be honest, Taco Bell should have won this thing. I'm glad that the other company didn't blow all their money and go out of business, because that's what would have happened.
Now, the more I read about this, they do give money to nonprofits for restaurant workers in crisis. Taco John's are good people, Carl. They just can't go toe-to-toe with Taco Bell. And by the way, I'd go Taco Juan, not Taco John, but that's just me.
I was just complimenting Mike. He's got a tight cut. He said, nice cut.
Thanks, man. Yeah, my guy, Josh, he's over at American Haircutters down the street. I'm trying to keep it high and tight.
It looks good.
Thanks, man. I was going with a modified Pat Riley there for a while, but you got to have a lot of product. And then if you don't put enough product in and you drive with the top down, then you look like Frank Duford, and nobody wants that.
When you came in here like last week, and you were like, it's all over the place. I'm like, what's up?
Well, no, because I don't want to be the guy. I'm like, I'm in the bathroom, and I got to go pull a brush out of my rucksack like I'm the Fonz in Happy Days. Instead of combing my hair in the bathroom, because it's all, the good news is I got hair, but I mean, the bad news, you got to style that stuff, man.
So I went and got a cut at Tony's across the street here over at Atlantic Station. They do a great job. They were in the building for a long time.
Oh, good dudes.
Yeah, and they moved over there. And literally, last time I was over there, I literally get up from the chair. There's other people waiting. He's like, bro, just hit me up on my Cash App. So I said, okay, send me the Cash App, right? And I don't know what app you're on, but it's like Venmo and all these other apps. So I'm waiting, and he sends me this address, and it's not him. So I literally haven't tipped him like I told him I was going to. So I just told him, I said, I'm about to talk about you on the radio. Can I get your Cash App, bro? It's not that hard. Just send a screenshot of your Cash App address so I can tip you, right? And he's like, oh, man, I'm sorry about that. He sent me some crazy address, Mike, and I pulled it up. It was like some chick.
I'm like, that's not Tony.
Yeah, whenever somebody asks me for like PayPal or Venmo and they send me their email, I get for the third time, is this correct?
That's right.
'Cause I'm not sending, whatever the money is, a lot of money, $600 for Pine Straw to to Zimbabwe or somewhere to make sure this is accurate.
I'm always weary. And you do that check, right? You send like $1. Did you get it? Did you receive my $1? So anyways, Tony, man, send me
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy Associates Personal Injury Law.
Coming up, we're going to tell you what ESPN is doing. It's a big deal, man. It may change the betting landscape. We'll tell you all about that. James Creppy is joining us right now. He covers the Pac-12, Oregon as well for the Oregonian. And James, we're kind of perplexed at who are people blaming up there for this? Like, for Oregon, it's great. They're going to the Big Ten. Washington's going to the Big Ten. But who are people pointing the finger at and saying, wait a minute, this is who's at fault for dissolving our Pac-12?
Well, I think that depends on which fan base of the remaining four you ask. If you ask in this state, I'm sure lots of Beavers fans are blaming the Ducks, and them's the breaks. Right. A little bit north of here, if you were to ask in the state of Washington, I'm sure every Coug fan is blaming Washington. Or just blaming them collectively together. But Oregon certainly seems to be the one who's taking the most blame by way of just regionality. I wouldn't ask fans of the Bay Area because, frankly, I might just have to ask one or two people by way of Cal or Stanford as to who they're blaming these days. But and I think that's kind of the point for all the remaining four and anyone else in the league who could have, would have, should have, or would have preferred to stick together is, you can't stand in the way and prevent anything for increased exposure. You can't be against anything. You can't be so close-minded across the board, let alone all the misturns and miscues and screw-ups along the way for the Pac-12 across multiple commissioners, multiple sets of presidents and chancellors. Things as simple as, again, go back a couple of years, guys, pre-COVID, the 9 a.m. Eastern time 9 a.m. Pacific time kickoffs, and in order to get in front of more eyeballs on the East Coast. How many teams really took up the league's offer and opportunity in that, regardless of what network was involved? How many of them did? How many of them were just hell-bent against it? Well, some of the schools who are completely against it are the ones who right now are looking for homes. And I'm not saying that that's absolutely the correlation, but, it becomes really hard for a television partner to offer you something and know what you would do against Eastern teams if you never played at a time that anyone east of the Rockies could watch you play.
Interesting. Yeah, because, we from far away, James, you think about Larry Scott, who did some good things with TV contracts, and then at the end of the day, are they paying for the sins of some of the screw-ups? And, when Klipikoff didn't have a TV deal together at the Pac-12 media days, at least to us, it looked like it was dead man walking.
For sure, and that was, and I think the league and people around the league certainly set the stage heading into it earlier that week with myself and others that, hey, we're not going to be announcing a deal on Friday. But the expectation that one was going to be presented, and they thought up until the very end, not just presented, but accepted in the near future thereafter. The thing that ultimately sealed it, beyond the movement of Friday, where ultimately 5 schools moved on, was really Colorado leaving was more destabilizing, I think, than maybe a lot of people initially let on, in that even though it was expected, even though it was the thing that we'd all heard for months and months and months, I'm not going to rehash all of history. We've gone through it now and obviously know the results. But even though we'd heard it, that because of the exact timing of it, that because there was the agreed upon deadline that has since been reported across the board that, Pac-12 presidents and chancellors have agreed to give until July 31 for media partners to present offers. And for them to move before that agreed upon deadline, and then, late in that process, only days before, now media partners are going, well, what are we to do? We're not going to propose it. The same thing we were just talking about. Circumstances have changed, and we don't have, it's a moving target in a very short period of time. That timing, I think, really, really compromised what deals ultimately got presented. I think you've seen some reports today to that effect, that linear options kind of fell apart in the 11th hour, and that was a big reason why.
James, I want to ask you about Klevikov, the commish, and why he hasn't been fired yet. James Creepy joining us here. He covers the Pac-12, guys. All this movement around college football. We're hearing rumors about the ACC being interested. Mike just talked about SMU and Cal and potentially Stanford. But why hasn't he, been fired? Like, what is his standing now with these 4 schools that are looking for a new home? I mean, like, this is ridiculous.
Well, right now it's really, what would you want anyone in that seat? What does making a change today really make a difference, quite honestly? Look, they've got to try and find homes. You've got Cal and Stanford talking to the ACC. You've got Washington State and Oregon State talking to the Mountain West. We'll see if that's where they end up or not, respectively. And potentially, again, there was the report from CBS and Dennis Dodd earlier today that, all 4 of them, along with San Diego State and several other schools, from basically the best of the Mountain West, the best of the American, the remainder, that there was an effort by San Diego State to try to cobble something together under a different flag or the Pac-12 flag to keep autonomous designation, etc. There's a lot of moving parts all over the place. Dust and the snow, bottom line, the snowflakes and the snow globe have not fallen yet. There's still a lot of movement to come here.
Right.
And, the biggest moves have been made, but the ripple effects, they're not done, not by a long shot. So to your point, to your original question, though, what do you do with Klevikov at the moment? Hey, these 4 teams got to find homes, or you have to find a path forward, and someone's got to be at the table to do that. And not for nothing, until they find a home, maybe a mass expansion and albeit under a very distressed asset and damaged brand right now, but maybe that is viable. I'm not saying it is. I don't think it is.
Right.
But, and someone's got to be at the table. I don't think making a change right now is terribly prudent.
We're getting the West Coast perspective, guys, from James Crepia from the Oregonian, covers the Pac-12 in Oregon, here on the waitfor.com hotline. We got Braves Talk coming up with Grant. What the heck happened last night with Strider? So, yeah, it seems like USC, they're poised. They got a good thing going, Lincoln Riley. Oh, by the way, how are you? Are you satisfied? How are Ducks fans feeling about Dan Lanning? I know we got a nice raise in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, that level of commitment both ways, from Dan to Oregon and vice versa. Obviously, he sees a significant salary jump. At the same time, he agrees to, from my perspective, one of the most locked in and prohibitive buyouts in the entire industry. I mean, a buyout of $20 million, not just at the beginning, but in perpetuity for the term of the deal, even in years to come, if they automatically get triggered and tacked on. Usually buyouts decline over time. That's $20 million in year 5 and year 6, the same $20 million. So that level of commitment both ways shows you that, he's here. He's seriously here. He's going to be building something here. Now they move into the Big Ten. Coming off, yes, a 10-win season that had some disappointments in November with blown leads against rivals in the fourth quarter. No doubt about it. As much success as they had offensively, as much optimism as they have, entering this season, there were failings last season. It's not to cover that up by any stretch of the imagination. They didn't make it to a Pac-12 championship game. They didn't make it to that caliber of a game. They blew fourth quarter leads to Washington and Oregon State. That's not, to be celebrated. But in terms of what they're building and the momentum they are carrying and now going to the Big Ten, they feel pretty good around here these days. Yeah.
James, what about Washington? They're going to have a good club this year. I don't know what they look like moving forward as they get into the Big Ten, but, I think we're going to be talking about Washington being one of the top teams in the country. What's your take on how good they're going to be?
Yeah, I think they're loaded offensively with what they return, one of the most talented receiving corps in the country, a really talented quarterback in Michael Penix. There's not too many offensive coordinators, period, offensive or defensive, but especially offensive coordinators who are going to pass on the opportunity to work at Alabama.
Right.
And that just doesn't happen. But when your offensive coordinator, and now he's rewarded accordingly, but when your offensive coordinator chooses to stay with your returning quarterback and that receiving core, that should tell you, internally what that coaching staff feels, not just in terms of loyalty or those things. Let's not kid ourselves. If we've learned anything about loyalty in college sports the last couple of days, come on now. But ultimately, they feel obviously pretty confident internally with what they got coming back, especially offensively. And they returned some pretty talented defensive players, more talented returning defensive players at Washington than Oregon. Oregon added more talented players via the portal this offseason.
It is a James Crepea, guys, covering Pac-12 and on the Ducks for the Oregonian. We're just talking about the ACC. There was a story that they were talking about SMU. Seems like a lot of pie in the sky, but, I mean, everything's possible these days. James, are they serious about football at Cal? And what is – I mean, Stanford obviously it's prestigious and its reputation speaks for itself, but how good are they going to be in the short term?
Well, I think Stanford is going to be the worst team in the league this year, but that's not a reflection on Troy Taylor. That's a reflection on just some circumstances that the roster got kind of gutted. A lot of departures, not merely because David Shaw, stepped away and that, Troy Taylor came in. That is not the exact reason. I go back to even the COVID season. Cal and Stanford dealt with things that no other part of the country, but especially like the Southeast, you can't begin to relate to what Cal and Stanford were going through in 2020. So bottom line, because of that, now it's, 3 years removed. Yeah, but think about what the young players were dealing with in 2020 at those schools. And those are guys who already have a hard time sticking around for year 4 at Cal and Stanford, mainly Stanford, because when they graduate, it's that much harder to get into grad school and still play. So that's why a lot of the churn happens at Stanford, quite frankly. So bottom line, I think they're going to be rough this year, but they're recruiting at a great clip right now. Can they keep that up? Can they hold the class together, depending on where they land by way of a home going forward? Cal, they're in a tough spot in lots of ways. Financially, they're in absolute tatters as an athletic department. They're in unbelievable sums of debt. They have not had a lot of success in virtually anything, competitively speaking, for quite some time. Not good. Not good from a football perspective. Not good from a men's and women's basketball perspective. Baseball is okay. Softball's at least gotten better, but they're not in very good shape right now.
Well, James, keep your phone on.
James, I think you are now going to be, as our good friend Dusty Rose used to say, you are now our West Coast rep-a-tender.
Keep your phone on. Things are constantly changing. James Crepea, appreciate you joining us, man. Great stuff. Thanks for the info.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. And again, he'll be our guy in the Big Ten now when Oregon comes into the Big Ten. Isn't it just crazy? Don't you feel like you're waking up from a bad dream if you're an old school college football fan?
Yeah, and he's right about the loyalty thing. That's all gone. Whatever you thought was, it never really was there, to be quite honest with you.
Right.
Coaches always left. We always complained. Schools always moved around. You complained. It's just nothing new. It's just now on a level we've never seen before.
And, the Kirby coaching tree, obviously, Lanning did lose to their biggest rivals, Oregon State and Washington, got smoked by Georgia, but he made a nice raise. But I tell you what, if you go through like Willie Taggart and Cristobal and every other coach, you're an Oregon fan, now you got this guy, you can't leave.
No, you can't. You can't. All right, coming up, Grant's going to join us. We're going to talk about the Braves. Last night was ugly. It's Dukes and Bell.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
All right, Grant. It was ugly last night, and it was unexpected from Spencer Strider. I liked the way that he approached this after the game and saying he was thinking about it, and hindsight's 2020, and how he should have maybe attacked some of these hitters. But I didn't expect him to just last 2 2/3 innings last night, which put us behind the 8 ball.
No, it definitely did, and we were talking about it yesterday, how important it would be to get a good start out of Spencer Strider, particularly considering what you were seeing over the weekend with both Bryce Elder and with Charlie Morton. So, he ran into some trouble in that inning in which obviously the walks were a big problem for him. There were some plays that weren't made that might have mitigated some of the damage. He didn't really deal with the long ball, but it was just overall mis-execution, a lot of foul balls, a good approach by the Pirates. I mean, it wasn't just one thing, it felt like, for Spencer Strider. It felt like it was quite a few of those things. But for him, going forward, figuring out ways to adjust that, and maybe different things that he can do to kind of throw the hitters off the scent a little bit, if you will, of a couple of his pitches. And maybe this is where we see, how ingenuitive he can be, or how much ingenuity he can have for what he does with this arsenal, which, as it looks, it passes the eye test. It should dominate a lineup. And unfortunately, yesterday, he was not able to dominate the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, and it seemed like he lost his composure a little bit. It seemed like he was very frustrated, obviously, because And look, no excuses. He did not have a good outing. I didn't know what the strike zone was last night in Pittsburgh either, but it just seemed like he did lose his cool.
Yeah, he did, and I think that it all kind of goes together. I think we've all kind of been there when one thing's not going right, then another little thing starts to happen, then you start trying to reach over here and fix that, and then a third thing goes wrong. It just kind of felt like that was where Spencer Strider was last night. He didn't really have anywhere that he could go to get out. And clearly, as we saw with the walks piling up there at the end, he just was not able to attack the strike zone at the level that you're going to have to against any major league lineup. Say what you will. There's only 30 of these teams in a major league lineup. Any one of them, if you don't make your pitches and you don't execute and you don't miss bats, you can run into the kind of inning that he did yesterday against the Pirates. And I think that, the composure, I don't know that he completely lost it, per se, until it really started to kind of come unravel. But I think at that point, the writing was kind of on the wall that his night was going to be over in a hitter or two.
Let's talk about the positives, right? Olsen, 2 hits, 2 more RBI. Ozzie with a long ball. Riley had 2 hits. But this is the issue, right? And I say that when we look at our team, Grant, we always think that we're going to be bailed out because the offense is just so good. And last night we almost did. They came back 7-6, weren't able to get, the extra run that we needed. But that is how we view this. It's like it doesn't matter how bad the pitching is. Our offense is this good, and we're always going to be there.
It's a huge part of why the Braves are where they are, and it's obviously of who they are. And you look at that Cubs series, for example, they lose 2 out of 3. Well, they outscored the Cubs, one of the hotter offenses in baseball, 18-14 in that series, but they lost 2 out of 3 with a couple of 2-run losses in each of the final couple of games. Did they have opportunities in those games? They did. Did they have opportunities against the Pirates last night? Yes, they did. They could have scored some more runs. Weren't able to, get the job done there. But I think kind of to what you're asking is, how much is too much to ask of the offense on a night where, you need to make some plays in the field. You got to cut down on some of the base running mistakes, which wasn't as big of a problem last night, but we've seen it too much lately, definitely. And then we have pitching. You're going to have to get some version of a quality start out of some of these guys in order to kind of set the foundation and not completely stress out and overtax a bullpen that's all of a sudden had to do a lot of work the last 3 nights. So to say that they need Yanni Chirinos to go out there tonight and help them out a little bit, maybe get through 5 innings, maybe even push into the 6th like he did last time, that might be the understatement of this call.
Yeah, that's the thing, because, Strider would be that backstop guy. We said earlier, Grant, it seemed like last year, not once they got on that run against the Mets, they were unstoppable. But anytime there was like a little wobble, it seemed like Kyle Wright was always rock solid. And that's why when Strider loses, it almost feels like you lost twice.
Yeah, and I felt like Kyle Wright was really the glue of the Braves rotation last year. It wasn't that he did anything demonstratively better than Max Fried or Spencer Strider or even Charlie Morton at times last year, once Morton really got on track the past couple or the final couple of months last year. But it was the consistency, and that I think is what this rotation has been missing since you lost Kyle Wright early in the year. You didn't have him to start the season. Didn't get him back for very long. Obviously, Freed's time on the injured list has been well documented. These are the things that they've had to overcome, is not having a consistent starting rotation where, you can look at, okay, well, we've got these 3 or 4 spots covered. We're still trying to figure out the 5th. That's what you thought you walked into spring training with. That is not how the season has played out. But you're right. That consistency that was brought last year by Kyle Wright, I think, is one of the more overlooked parts of the 2022 success and what could be a very big part of his return next month.
I know we got to play 3 more with the Pirates, and you got the Mets, and there's going to be a doubleheader. Do we know if Soroka's going to get back in the rotation? Because a lot of Braves fans are asking us about Soroka, and it seems like it's a toss-up between him and Winans. Where's that going to go?
Yeah, I don't know which one they'll choose. Obviously, Winans has not been optioned up and down as many times as Soroka has, but both of them still have the ability to be called up. And we are now talking about this in the second week of August, as opposed to the middle of the summer, when you really, I think, had to watch those options a little bit more closely. But I think it's really going to depend on maybe what they see in that matchup with the Mets. I think either one of them, if I were to give a start to one or the other of them, I think Soroka gives me a little bit more of a feeling of, the consistency of being able to maybe go out there and get into the 6th inning. I think Winans was fine in his start against the Brewers, but that third time through the order, the Brewers, not a team known for its offense, was kind of starting to figure him out as well. But he's pitched well at AAA. Maybe that's the way that they're going to go, and, that could be the thing. But I think that Michael Soroka being lined up to throw on Saturday would probably be the direction the Braves would go. But it also might kind of depend on, obviously, knowing, hey, we're not going to keep somebody up here. Maybe they want him to continue to get the work down there. I don't really know what all the criteria would be, but if I had to pick between the two, I think I'd go with the devil I know as opposed to the one I don't know quite as well.
Grant McCauley, our guest, guys, talking Braves. Coming up 6 o'clock, we'll get you caught up on the latest with the decision made over at Bobby Dodd, which is a big deal for Georgia Tech. Update on Dylan Lee. What's going on with Dylan Lee?
Dylan Lee continues his rehab assignment with AAA Gwinnett. He's slated to throw again tonight, and if you can get him, I think 2-3 more at least, you can start considering when you want to bring him back off the injured list. I think one of the last things we see in spring training is all your relievers start going in back-to-back games. I think that would be the final hurdle to bring a Dylan Lee back into the bullpen. But the first outing was a good one. I think he went 1-2-3, a perfect inning on, I believe, 12 pitches. So a pretty good outing for him to start it off with, and now you just like to see a lot more of that because he's been, called upon quite a bit since he really established himself last year. And the first 42 games of this season, Dylan Lee had appeared in 20 of those. So to say that the Braves would like to have that option back was kind of an understatement.
Grant McCauley is with us, guys, on the waitfor.com hotline. Just as much as you know about where is Kyle Wright as far as, is he throwing from a mound? Is he throwing from the ground? What's going down?
No, he's been throwing off the mound for a little while now. Now the next real thing for him is to go ahead and face some big league hitters, at some point, and then obviously go out on a rehab assignment. That's going to take a little while as well. I would assume 4 starts would probably be what you're looking at, just like Max Fried was, because you're having to build from the ground up to build on your pun. So I think that they're looking at ways to just bring him back at the right pace and not panic over a bad week, a handful of bad starts, and move up that timetable whatsoever. The Braves, I know people may not love to hear this because they're kind of, you're in the moment, we're prisoners of it, but they're 30 games over 500 with a 10-game lead in the division. They do need to figure some stuff out, but they don't need to start panicking and just, shooting off, fireworks in the dark just to make some noise and get some attention.
Are we comfortable, Grant? Is that why we're feeling this way? We're comfortable?
I think they should be comfortable, but there's a difference between comfortable and complacent. Okay. And I think that's where you always want to make sure that you're focused on the right things. You see things that come up that aren't going well, you find ways to make those adjustments and get things back on track. And I think that the other word that's important, especially for, how the Braves have really operated for quite some time, is, are they accountable? Is everybody, recognizing what's going on? I think from what we heard from Bryce Elder and from Charlie Morton and what we heard from Spencer Strider yesterday, it doesn't change the result, but is there recognition of what's going on and what they would like to adjust? And the answer to that, I think, is yes. So comfortable in terms of where you are at this stage of the year. You're right where you want to be. You got other teams chasing you, but they would like to get, I think, back on track and make these adjustments sooner than later so that they can be in the place they want to be rolling into October with some momentum, with a healthy team, and ready to do some serious winning, because that's what all this is for.
I know I asked you about this earlier last week, that Bryce Elder's an all-star and he looked amazing. And I know he doesn't have overpowering stuff, but are you getting a little nervous about him?
Not really. I think that, the thing with Bryce Elder, and we saw it last year, was if he is around the strike zone and really getting hitters to be enticed to kind of expand their zone a little bit, he's going to have some success. When we saw early last year was he wasn't around the zone enough and walks were a problem. That hasn't necessarily been a problem for him this time around. I know, all due respect to walking the first two batters in the Cubs game, which did not set up that inning for success whatsoever. I don't think he's throwing the ball that much more differently or that much more poorly. But there is, as we know, in baseball, the opportunity for the more that he's seen, the more that people are going to get familiar with him. And then that's going to be on him to start to kind of find ways to maybe sequence a little bit differently, maybe pitch backwards here, maybe do a couple of just different things than he was doing before, just so you're able to, as the old saying goes, keep the hitters honest with him. And I think that might just kind of be where he is right now. So I haven't noticed anything in particular that makes me just feel like he's lost it, command-wise. There hasn't been a 5 or 6 walk start from him where he can't get out of the second inning, but he is a guy that does pitch to contact, and that was kind of part of his success. But he's going to need the defense to play well behind him in order to do that, and he is going to have to figure out ways to kind of get one step ahead of the hitters again, and I think that's what he's facing, and those are the adjustments that come over the course of a long season. I don't care who you are, even the best pitchers, the guys that win the Cy Young Awards and are in that mix every single year, you got 3 or 4 or 5 starts you'd like to throw away. The biggest difference is how many more do you have that are the good or better or great level, and I think Bryce Elder's given us a few of those throughout the course of the year, so I feel like he's earned the opportunity to kind of work through all this and figure all this out. And the Braves need him to, quite honestly, because they're still dealing with a short staff.
All right, Grant, great job. We'll see how Yanni does tonight.
Torino.
I
didn't call him chorizo. You did.
I know. Grant, great job, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
5-4, 4.42 ERA. It's his 3rd start since coming over from Tampa Bay.
Right. Can
he do it?
Yeah, I mean, be nice. Because you got a 3-game losing streak. As Grant laid it out, you're still in a tremendous position. The thing is, are the Phillies going to get hot like they did last year?
Right, Mike.
I don't know. I just want to minimize these wobbles. The good news is you built up such a big lead, you can take some of these, little shots and you'll be fine. But still, I just don't want this bullpen to get overworked where it's totally ineffective come crunch time.
I agree. All right, coming up, we got a lot to get to, including the latest with what ESPN is going to do that is maybe a conflict of interest. I don't know. We got to talk about this. Also, the latest with the Board of Regents at the University System of Georgia approves name change at Bobby Dodge Stadium. We're going to tell you about that when we come back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell. First thing I do want to mention, thank you for being here. Listening to Atlanta's #1 sports show. It's #1 sports station, 92.9 The Game. The Board of Regents of University System of Georgia approves name change at Bobby Dodd Stadium. It's part of a 20-year naming rights deal, Mike. $55 million over 20 years. So Yellow Jackets will now play at Bobby Dodd Stadium at Hyundai Field. And we were talking about this and how this infusion, okay, however you get it, of money is going to help the Georgia Tech football program, certainly help all the programs, but specifically football as you look for these revenue streams. So great news today for Georgia Tech. This has been in the works, guys, and Mike was talking about, all the car manufacturers and companies that are coming to Georgia because of our tax breaks and things that are happening from an economic standpoint. But this is great for Georgia Tech, Mike. And you talk about, okay, listen, maybe our conference isn't paying $60 or $70 million a season, but how do we complement that? And that's really what this is about.
Yeah, man, I know that Georgia Tech for years, and again, you talk to 10 Tech fans, you get 5 opinions going this way, right? 5 going the other way, but the money was always kind of tight, right? With the budget. And paying off coaches, and coaches were getting paid off not to coach for years. And you finally moved on from that. You're feeling better about your program. I think Bat is a really good AD. It's a lot of fresh ideas coming in, and this is one of them. And, whether it's Kia or Hyundai, there's a lot of Asian manufacturers with a big footprint here in the South, so it just makes sense. And so you help to drive down that, get the bank account out of the red. And it seems like it's a smart play. I mean, yeah, purists will hate the fact that the branding, but that's the cost of doing business now. In the super competitive, we just had the conversation last hour with the guy from the Pac-12. This is how you got to get things. You got to maximize every aspect of your program.
You want to be Cal right now? You want to be Georgia Tech?
Right.
He just told us Cal's broke. They're struggling. Okay?
James Crepia, by the way, from the Oregonian, covers the Pac-12. If you go back on Odyssey.com, so unbelievable information about how just this whole thing crumbled.
All right, coming up, by the way, in less than 10 minutes, our conversation with Scott Bair. He was there at practice today for the Falcons. You'll get caught up on the latest. Also, if you're just joining us, Clark Phillips was injured today. We drafted him out of Utah. He's been very good at camp, but the injury is not as bad as it seemed when he was being carted off today. He's listed as day-to-day, so that news is good, too, for the Falcons. But hear what Bair has to say about the matchups today, because that's what Mike and I were interested in. But, Mike, we got to mention this story because it's interesting. So ESPN has done a deal with Penn Entertainment. And basically what you need to know is that a sports book called ESPN Bet will launch this fall. Okay? Now, Penn is going to rebrand its current sports book and relaunch as ESPN Bet.
Okay.
This includes the mobile app, the website, and the mobile sites. All right, mobile websites. Here's the thing, though. And you say, well, this is another entity of ESPN. But again, you have the games. You have the broadcast rights. And now you're going to be sending, your customers, us, to your betting site. Now, I'm not telling you to use it. I'm simply saying this is how this is going to work. But they're going to be sending us or attempting to send us, Mike, to their betting sites while they have the broadcast rights and they're carrying these games. Now, they will say, well, that's independent of this. But I would ask, is this a conflict of interest? Because this is a huge deal. It's worth $1.5 billion.
Yeah, and part of it is, if you're a fan of Barstool Sports, Dave Portnoy, again, one of the greatest deals of all time. Barstool, remember, Penn got him. They paid almost $500 million for it, right, altogether.
They did.
And they basically sell it back to him with some concessions that he can't be involved with. He's got to share gambling revenues off the site. There's a lot of moving parts to it, but in a nutshell, Portnoy basically got $500 million for his company and may have gotten it back for next to nothing.
It's unbelievable.
It really is.
It's unbelievable.
But again, this is where we are in this world now where the real time. I just don't want my college football screen to look like Bloomberg Television.
It's going to
17,000 prop bets on the screen at the same time.
But Mike, that's my deal. That's where we're going. Now I don't know how soon it's going to look like that. But listen, ESPN doesn't make a deal like this, and they don't get in bed with a betting company and trying to create a sports book. Unless they realize, and they know, Mike, there's millions of dollars to be made. And guess what? We have the products.
Right.
We have college football. We have the NFL. So I just think this is going to be looked at in a way, and maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe it is just separate and another part of how they will present it. But now I'm watching games that they have on their network, and oh, by the way, they want you to go bet ESPN Bet.
Penn Entertainment, for those who don't know, they got 43 properties in 20 states and revenue of $6.5 billion.
And this is a $1.5 billion deal in its own right. Okay,
So if you haven't heard and you're going, well, what difference does it make? You'll see.
Yeah.
This is a big deal.
They've already got a lot of this going on. Like if you watch ESPN News, that's why I joke, for those who don't know, Bloomberg Television, the information channel where you get all the information on Wall Street and everything else going on in the world. And so the anchor is about, the size of a postage stamp, and everything else is graphics. I just hope you give me a channel where I can just watch the game, but I'm sure there'll be other things devoted to that kind of action.
I think so too. All right. And by the way, this is like the last frontier. Everybody's jumping on board with this because they understand, and I'm speaking just from our business standpoint and media. This gambling thing, Mike, is where it's at, and they realize that. And I don't know if this has anything to do with, Mike, why they laid off as many people as they did, and is that the cost of doing business to do something like this? I don't know. All I know is they realize how much money they could potentially make, and I think you're going to hear more guys talking about this, like. If you're a professional athlete and you're saying, hey, this network is carrying our games, but they're also trying to send you to bet on these same games, yet we can't bet them. I mean, we're going to hear all of this stuff.
Well, that's the thing. ESPN, I don't know, do you guys even know what ESPN stands for? Entertainment Sports Programming Network. Entertainment is the first thing, not sports, and not sports news. And so this is one of those deals, and I don't think I got to remind you, although some younger people don't catch this. Like, for instance, the NHL. ESPN didn't mention the NHL for like 5 years.
Because they didn't have the deal.
Because they didn't have it. Even funnier, ESPN didn't even acknowledge the UFC, right? Until they in partnership with them.
Correct.
And then UFC stories start popping on the front page, and there's specials, and they got channels and things devoted to it. So yeah, they've been a walking conflict of interest when it comes to sports, for my money.
Yeah. All right, 404-726-0929.
I actually hear that John Fricke is trying to be the Jim Cramer of ESPN Bet. I heard he auditioned for the role. We'll see if he gets it or not.
I think you need a short. I'd short Baylor this one. By the way, I told Carl earlier in the show when we were talking about Kramer buy sell. I always found that entertaining.
It is.
When I used to do mornings, I'd watch Kramer in the afternoon. But no, the thing about like the college football landscape, we just talked to Jim Crespia, who covers Pac-12. It's like in the last year, everything you know. It's like, remember those movie promos called "In a World Where Everything You Know Is Wrong," and that's where we are. Everything is completely gone out the window. I mean, an ACC with SMU, Cal, and Stanford. I mean, it's literally like, you get the booby prize of the Pac-12, if we're honest right now. I know, like, Stanford and all the things that, aside from football right now, we know how prestigious a university it is. But, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And the idea that you told me, a couple of years ago, that Florida State would be trying to take their product to Wall Street to find somebody to finance a buyout from the ACC, it's just, it's crazy. It's almost like Gordon Gekko is running college football. Greed is good. And I get it. I understand what Florida State's trying to do. Clemson is still apparently working behind the scenes, but they're doing it quietly, subtly, unlike the FSU Board of Trustees.
Yeah, I just think, Mike, with NIL, right, first game changer. Mm-hmm. And then how do we do this? And we heard all these. We got to get a collective together. Okay, so we need money. And then there's this race to get the best recruits by having the most collectives or the biggest collective, no matter where you are. And then you see the portal playing a role. To your point, all these things are just in the last 2 years. There's all this, like, this stuff is just all boom. And then you see conference realignment. And as I said earlier, conference realignment, listen, this old Southwest Conference died. Right. And nobody cared because it was the Southwest Conference and it wasn't your conference. And it was like, well, this happens. And now as we see these other conferences dying because it's been happening. But we just weren't paying attention. This is on a bigger scale. And now all of a sudden you realize the Pac-12 is dead. The Big 12 survived. The ACC, depending on the moves they'll make, Mike, may not be as profitable as they thought it would be. And the SEC and the Big 10 are the big dogs. That's where we're at.
No, but that was the first domino because remember, Arkansas came to the SEC. The rest kind of got cobbled together and became the Big 12 with the old Big 8.
Big 8 died.
And then the Big 8 died. And that's why that's how you lost Oklahoma and Nebraska. Jarvis Redwine, I am hip. For a generation, it was a big game. Keith Jackson and Frank Broyles.
It was a big game. It was a big game.
And that's part. And again, Wisconsin. I mean, yeah, none of this makes sense. Nebraska playing Wisconsin is not compelling. Maybe again, I said this yesterday. Maybe Matt Rule's the right guy, and he can get things back where it needs to be. But yeah, it's just. I really wish. I don't sound like a child here, but I want my old college football back. I really do. Ain't gonna happen.
No, and that's the thing. This. It's not for good because it may change again, but the change will continue until we get to a point where
unfortunately, I think most schools or the teams that are or the conferences that are involved feel like they have the most profitable situation. That's why if you're left out right now, if you're one of these Power 5 schools that's left out, and you're going, where do we go? You're blank out of luck.
I mean, we just talked about Oregon State and Washington State got to go cap in hand to the Mountain West and try to put some kind of deal together. The other thing is, guy hit us up earlier in the text line. He said, couldn't the NCAA have done? No, they're not doing anything. They got nothing.
No. Conferences, this is the thing. Conferences, I go back to it, were dying when the NCAA had all the power.
Right.
They have none now. So they're not going to get involved with this.
Hey, further proof that the world has spun off its axis and sports reflects that. Today, Ron Rivera said some of his players, they expressed some concern that their new OC, Eric Bieniemy, was a little too intense. He's a little too fiery. And I think Ron Rivera, we were talking about this earlier, was putting that out there to kind of shame the players that came to him with this stupid complaint.
I agree.
So the coach is yelling too much. So is that what kept Bieniemy from getting some other gigs? That's his rep?
I don't know. If he's that intense, maybe it'll be good for the Commanders. You'll get some of those guys out of there.
Right. You've been mediocre for 2 decades.
Scott Bair joined us earlier today. He was at Atlanta Falcons practice with the Miami Dolphins. Wait until you hear what he had to say about Kyle Pitts and Drake London and how did Desmond Ridder look today. Stay right there. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com. Scott Bair is with AtlantaFalcons.com. Writes about the Falcons down there in Miami as we are trying to get the latest mic on what's going on with these practices. They practice today and tomorrow, guys. And then Friday is the first preseason game against the Dolphins. And Scott, appreciate you jumping on with us here on the waitfor.com hotline. First question everybody wants to know is, what did you make of Ritter? Seeing a different defense. You know, I know they had some red zone activity today. What did you think about Desmond Ritter?
Yeah, I mean, considering that he was ultimately practicing on the surface of the sun, I think that things went pretty well down here. You know, like it's a breezy, comfortable, feels like 104, but I think that there was a lot of good work done. The Falcons ran a ton during team drills, so we saw a lot of Robinson kind of working with the first team, Tyler Algier and Cordero Patterson, offensive line versus their defensive line. But I did like the fact that Desmond Ritter was able to kind of make plays on time, meaning that he's hitting guys in stride. We saw Mac Hollins haul in a few nice ones. And look, Miami was trying to set a physical tone early. I think they put Drake and Kyle on the ground within the first, period. And I liked how Atlanta responded to that afterward. It was a good little gut check, and I think that it's about time in this camp where all these kind of experiences are well-timed and well-needed.
Yeah, Scott, you're kind of touching on what Carl and I were talking about last week with Desmond Ritter. Pull, Carl likes to say. I know when they do all those red zone drills at the end of the 11-on-11, sometimes we're like, come on, Desmond, get it out of there. So you're saying that looked better so far in Miami?
Yeah, I mean, better. We still need to see kind of continual ramping up of kind of being on time and getting rid of the football. I thought the offensive line did a pretty good job of giving him time because, look, it was feisty, but in like a controlled way. We didn't see any brawls or fights or anything that was a distraction from that. So, yes, I thought that he did well. I still agree with you guys that he can do a little bit better, especially when you get in towards the goal line.
All right, let's talk about the defense, man. We heard A.J. Terrell talking about the one-on-ones. These guys have speed. What did you think about the corners specifically and our DBs going up against this wide receiving core?
I mean, look, Tyreek Hill he's going to do Tyreek Hill things. Sometimes he's going to put his foot in the ground and threaten you with the speed and then cut across. I think Trey Flowers kind of had to respect that speed and kind of got tossed off in a one-on-one drills. But overall, I thought the Falcons' defensive backs held strong. Jesse Bates and AJ and D. Alford, I thought, had a pretty good day. And I thought they did well on the back end. I thought overall defensively, I thought the Falcons' defensive line kind of held strong as well. Because, look, when you're talking about Waddle and Hill, that's another level in terms of speed, especially compared to the big bodies that the Atlanta Falcons have, right? You have Drake London and Kyle Pitts, and to go up against some of those burners, talking to AJ and Jesse after the practice, they really value those reps, especially when they're playing in that 11-on-11. Look, if it's Tyreek versus any one singular defensive back, he might make that guy look silly. But how did the Falcons secondary coordinate itself to have help over the top, to be able to handle that speed? I thought that they did well, and I thought it was good because Miami's offense is so much different than what the Falcons run. It was good to get another look at a different system. I think that they'll be better for it.
It is Scott Bair, guys, from Falcons.com. He's down there in South Florida watching the scrimmage, which wrapped up earlier today. Yeah, by the way, if you talk to the Dolphins social media people tomorrow, Scott, tell them it's totally unfair to have a video of Trey Flowers trying to D up the cheetah one-on-one, because that's just, as to your point, that's more like a safety because he's a big dude. What about the offensive line? If you saw, I know it's tough to see in the trenches, but what did Bergeron? What did the offensive line look like?
Yeah, I mean, they were all the way down at the opposite end of the field, so I feel kind of less confident about evaluating those guys, but you can feel Matt Bergeron's strength. I feel like I've said that a number of times, but he's just one of those guys. He's not going to be intimidated. He's not going to be kind of like overpowered, shall we say. I really thought that Jake Matthews was doing Jake Matthews type things. I haven't mentioned Drew Dahlman in a negative way in public or in private. I think he's starting to grow into his own regarding his responsibilities up front, and I think that is important. Lindstrom is Lindstrom. You know, Caleb had some good moments. He got beat once. but we're talking, once in 70 reps. But, just in terms of flash plays, I thought the offensive line held up well. I think tomorrow is going to be one of those things. Are we going to see enhanced physicality? Are we going to see it cranked up? Because it is hot. These practices have been long. They went from 9:30ish to about 12:15. That's a good amount of work. There was a lot of situational stuff. And again, Falcons ran a ton. And I think that that's good, trying to see how they're working that kind of wide outside zone, how it's functioning against a different defense. I thought it was pretty impactful, especially when Tyler was back there. He really seems to understand this system and can get that full head of steam going to try to break through the line.
Let's talk about the most electrifying player this season. I'm talking about Bijan Robinson. Scott, how did he look? I saw he caught a touchdown in the red zone activity.
Yeah, I thought overall it was a good day for him, especially because he was getting more first-team work than I can recall seeing. And I think that's important because in the regular season, he's going to be running behind the starting five. So why not give him some reps and some opportunity? But he did have some of those flash plays. He can do this thing. The only way that I can describe it is if you've ever seen Top Gun and then Maverick says that he's going to hit the brakes and everybody is going to fly right by, that is Robinson in a nutshell. He does that, hit the brakes, everybody flies right by, and then he gets back to top speed really quickly. He also has that change of direction where he can plant his foot, get everybody going one way, and he goes the opposite way. We saw that a few times. And again, we're seeing him line up in the slot a ton. And having him break out from the backfield and do different things. And I think that he's just an exciting player. And there's always a couple moments in a practice where he flashes. And I think to see him flash against a different defensive system, something that he's not kind of seeing over and over again, I think that those were pluses. Right. And again, especially with him working with that first unit, I think that is something that he needs to do more and more as we get towards week one.
So were Dolphin fans doing what Falcon fans do? Watching Bijan doing his thing. Hey, how about we're talking, by the way, with Scott Bair from thefalcons.com. We watched scrimmage today down in Miami. Edge rushers. I know we talked a lot about, and we know the older guys are going to be solid. What about the young guys? Anything stand out to you today?
Yeah, I really thought, and I think this is a good topic because Zach Harrison flashed more than once. And look, he's built like a creative player in Madden. Just his length and his size and his strength really impressed me, that he won with some straight up bull rushes both in one-on-ones. He has long arms. He tipped one or two passes straight up that I think was encouraging. You're just continuing to see these guys flash. Now look, if you're a coach and you're breaking down practice tape, they're probably going to bring up, well, he made this mistake here, here, and here, right? So he's not perfect, but we're seeing the tools and the physicality and the reason why he was a five-star guy who went to Ohio State. Arnold Ebiketie, too. I didn't know the guy had this inside spin move that he went around two Miami tackles really quickly. I thought he was impressive in those one-on-one drills. And that's what you need, right? Because you sort of figure Calais and Grady and David Onyemata, they're going to do what they're going to do, right? So how is this defensive front going to be dynamic? It's going to rely on that second rotational wave. Ebiketie, Harrison, Carter, guys like that, guys who can fit in here and make one of those game-changing plays and kick that sack number up. Now, again, it's all joint practices, but to see these young guys flash every now and then, you're going to need to keep seeing more and more of that. If they can do that, they gain confidence of the coaches, and that's how you get more snaps on game day.
Yeah, you mentioned they put Drake and Kyle on the ground in the first period, being a little bit physical with them. Did either one of those guys pop, though, today? I mean, because I need to see a big season from Kyle Pitts, Scott. I mean, it's just we saw the rookie year. We know what he's capable of. Hurt 6 games last year. I have high expectations for him coming into this season. How did he look today, just individually going up against those DBs for the Dolphins?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that he was good, and he did make a few plays, but I also kind of grade him on a curve because for the fact that he hasn't missed any practices since he's been working back from this knee injury, right? Is he peak Kyle right now? I don't know. Maybe not, but I think that's okay because the point is to continue to get him better through repetition, through endurance, through strength building, to get him to be Pete Kyle by week 1. And I think that that's the ultimate goal. But we are seeing moments of him. But I think that the longer that he goes through this practice process, the more of that dynamic quality we are going to see. Now, Drake London is Drake London, right? He's a big body. He knows how to use his physicality. He and Mac Hollins are big guys that play big, right? That they use their size, their strength. They're not afraid to mix it up. And I think that is important. But back to your point, right? Kyle Pitts can be that truly dynamic player that we saw as a rookie. I think we're still seeing him work into it a little bit, and that we're going to see better Kyle in the future, but you see flashes of it here and there as we progress through the preseason.
And I know we talked about this because it was news. Arthur Smith did talk about the injury for what it was worth. It sounded like he got kicked. I know even Clark Phillips has been a big story, but it looks like a superficial, like a bruise, or should we be freaked out about this?
Yeah, it happened right in front of me, and I still didn't get a great gauge of its severity. I mean, he's in a walking boot, but what does that mean anymore? Like, they throw walking boots on everybody these days.
I'm wearing one right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, everybody sees carted off and they think he's an ender. Sometimes it's just a long ways to the training facility, and getting a ride is easier than having to walk all that way. So we're going to have to see, I hate to sound like Arthur Smith here, but once you get some imaging, and it's not one of those things that I think that you've got to throw him right back out there. But I do think that Clark Phillips had a really good start to camp. Any sort of injury setback for a guy who needs repetition, especially against raw speed, like the Dolphins have, when you're missing that time, that's not good. How long he'll miss, still up in the air, and we've seen a couple of injuries to defensive backs, and I think it speaks to the reason why Terry Fontenot went out and got so much of that quality depth that they've built there is for situations like this. Now with Jeff Okudah, it seems like they dodged a bullet there, and that he should be back early in the regular season. I'm sure that the Falcons are hoping for similarly positive news when it comes to Clark Phillips.
Scott Bair's going to join us tomorrow as well. He's down there in Miami covering our Falcons, guys. Great stuff from him. And, Mike, we got the depth chart today.
Yes.
People were freaking out because they're like, wait a minute, why is Bijan Robinson third on the depth chart?
Yeah.
Relax.
They're basically, and it's old school, and it's time-honored in much of the NFL, but they're paying lip service to the veterans, the guys who've been here before. Just like Matt Hennessy. He hasn't played in like 4 or 5 days.
Yep.
And you've got Bergeron listed behind him, but I got to be honest, I just still think they're not going to say it right now, but Bergeron, if he's not starting, you moved up to get him on the cusp of the first round, he's got to be starting at left guard.
I'm with you, man. We get to tonight's last call, 404-726-0929. Mike had a great story in Guy Talk about a woman who had a snake drop from the sky, wrapped around her arm, and then a hawk came down, swoops down, and she realizes the snake is the hawk's lunch.
Yes, and she survived. I mean, the arm, it literally looks like she had about 1,000, like chomp, like piranhas on her arm. She got to the hospital. Her old husband got the shotgun out and started shooting the thing off to scare him off, and eventually got her to the hospital, and she didn't die. She didn't lose her arm either.
It's a crazy story. So
in Texas.
What is the most unique animal or critter you've ever run into? Okay.
Oh, wow. That's a good question.
Most unique animal or critter you've ever run into. 404-726-0929. It could be on vacation. It could be in your backyard. It could be on your farm. It doesn't matter where.
Right.
What is the most unique animal or critter you've ever run into? All right, that's tonight's last call on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, let's do it. 404-726-0929. Asking you, what is the most unique animal or critter you've run into? Mike had a great story in Guy Talk talking about a lady who had a snake wrapped around her arm.
Yeah, you can look it up, man. New York Post has got it. Dallas Morning News has it. Apparently, the hawk grabbed a snake out of a riverbed or something, and then he dropped it, and it just happened to whoosh, land on her arm while she's riding her John Deere tractor, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose because he comes down to get it. And this thing, by the way, it was venomous. And apparently the venom got her into glasses, which, I mean, this lady might be the luckiest person in Texas, as one doctor said. For me, I mean, you see them if you're on a boat down in Florida, but I loved it. Years ago, we got to go snorkeling with manatees down in Crystal River, Florida.
Okay.
And feed them heads of lettuce and stuff. And they're just the funnest, hey, I'm a sea cow. So that's my spirit animal. I like to float in the pool and, drink beer. That's kind of what I do.
Being out on the lake fishing and stuff like that, you run into water moccasins, which are nasty, right? But I got to tell you, a few years ago, I caught so much crap when I posted that picture of that possum, Mike, that my neighbor's dog had killed on the fence, and people were freaking out.
Because he ripped him in half, and all the animal lovers are freaking. You're like, it's a stinking possum.
It's a possum. So people were like, they kill the bugs and animals around your home, which is true. But I got to tell you, I've run into a few, and I think I told this story. So when animal control came out, they removed the animal because, well, they had to. But they were like, there are babies somewhere, so be aware.
Right.
And then probably 2 or 3 months later, we saw 3 baby possums because they were hanging out together.
Right.
Didn't mess with them. Got to tell you, there's no critters running around my yard. These possums, I don't know where they live or what they're doing. But when you see them up close, they've got sharp teeth.
Right.
They look vicious. They're not out there to hurt you.
You know me, I've come across some copperheads, and then I found out, the snakes that eat that mess with the copperheads is apparently living underneath my deck, according to the neighbor, who's the animal expert.
All right, what is the most unique animal or critter you've run into? Let's start with Jay. Jay, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. What's going on?
Oh, man. So I used to live in Charleston, South Carolina, man, and I was fishing one day, and I was driving a little golf cart because it was down a trail. Unload all my equipment, throw my lines out in the water, sit on the little golf cart, and it moved. And I looked to the passenger side, and there was a gator.
Oh!
Sitting trying to climb back in it. I'm talking about almost crapping yourself. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man, appreciate you.
Right.
Mike and I talk about this because, if you go to Florida, first of all, you got to be aware. But even on the golf courses, there are signs.
Oh, yeah.
Gators if you're just, hey, I'm going to go get my ball. Good luck.
Right.
When I lose a ball down there, it's gone.
Yeah, I was just looking at a house just to rent for the LSU game against Florida State. I'm like, I'm not putting my dog near a lake. I've seen too many stories about how that's going to end. Ooh. And by the way, I told you I got bit by the copperhead whitewater rafting in West Virginia.
You did.
And I was like Will Ferrell. I was like, is this bad? Everybody's freaking out. They got to get me down the river. Some ambulance pulls into the woods to take me to the hospital in West Virginia.
Yeah.
And the whole time I'm like, why is everybody freaking out? Is this bad? Lay down, sir.
Yeah.
Blood is spurting out of my arm. Nasty. We need to get you the anti-venom. Anti-venom.
That's my worst fear is being out and being bit by a snake, and then you can't get to where you need to be.
I'm in. They had like a 2-man kayak thing.
Yeah.
We were shooting down the river it was like Burt Reynolds on steroids in Deliverance, man. Get me down to this ambulance.
Peter, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Peter, what's the most unique animal or critter you've run into?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
So years ago, I was living in Florida, and I was early to a blind date at the pier in St. Petersburg.
Okay.
And I got dive bombed by this huge pelican who laid this yellow ochre turd right on my shoulder.
Oh. Now, in some cultures, that's considered good luck.
Luckily, I was early because I had to run in the gift shop, of course, buy a new shirt. The thing turned out great, but she said, how long have you been here? I said, no, I've only been here a couple of minutes. I haven't been at this nasty pelican. But man, oh man, it just out of nowhere, it just splattered all over me, and it was horrible.
Oh man, that's so funny. Your first date, you wearing a T-shirt that says "Visit St. Petersburg."
Hey, when you're around the docks and area down there, sometimes you get crapped on.
Oh yeah,
it happens. Hey, Bill, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Bill, what's the most unique critter or animal you've been around?
Hey man.
Hey man.
So when I was a kid, there was the creek behind my parents' house, and we used to go back there and catch frogs and crawfish and all kinds of stuff. And one day, I ran into an alligator gar, and I was not ready for that. Those things are huge.
Yeah, it's scary. And by the way, they move faster, Mike, than you think.
Oh,
they
yes.
do.
Yes, they do.
They'll creep up on you, and you're like, oh, he won't catch me. That's the noise in my head because they're running towards you. All fours, they're coming.
I wish if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube TV, Carl's doing the method actor routine.
It's the truth.
Hey, man, this thing, the shovel head, you ever caught one of those?
No, I have not.
It's like a miniature hammerhead.
Okay.
And apparently hammerheads eat these things like popcorn, but I caught one of those off the Keys.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in the ocean you think you know about. Hey, Fred, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Fred, what is the critter or animal that you've run into, man, the most unique?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
When my kids were little, I went out, I don't know, take the trash out or something like that. I had left the back door open for a few minutes. And I come back in, and my cats are freaking out. And they're running all over the house chasing this thing, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. It turned out to be a flying squirrel.
Oh.
Right here in Snellville, Georgia. And that sucker was hard to catch, man.
I can imagine.
Rocket J Squirrel found his way into my home.
Come on, Bullwinkle, let's go in.
Well, they can maneuver in the small places.
Rocky, get out of there.
And then the cats, if they're chasing him, that thing can fly. He's not lying. If you've not seen him, they can fly. All right, one more. Chief, what's the most unique critter animal you've run into, man?
What's happening, Chief?
Hey, Chief.
Look, it's not a weasel, okay? But the one thing, me and my wife, we were teenagers with the Okefenokee Swamp in a canoe. You know, being romantic, so we kind of drift to the side a little bit, and I take the oar to push off, and oh my God, it was an alligator. The thing opened its mouth. You talking about? Oh my Jesus, dude. Scared. I was scared out my wits. I'm not gonna lie.
What the hell are you doing in the Okefenokee Swamp?
He was obviously trying to get a little something.
I mean, I can think of more romantic spots. You know what I mean? In Florida.
I agree. John Chuckery's never had that problem. John Chuckery's never had that issue of being somewhere romantic like that.
No. But I was just thinking the most unique critter or animal I've run into is Bo Bach.
Hey! You know, when I wear my shirt over to my belly button, I look like a silverback gorilla, yo.
Anyway, that's a story for another day. But we'll have Mike Rothstein on. We'll talk some Falcons, Jason Longshore. And who do you think shakes out at the opposite side of Ebba Katie? Dupree, Lorenzo Carter, Malone.
We were just talking about how much you'd kind of take the depth chart with a grain of salt, but they got Bud Dupree listed over Carter right now. And only thing is, everything else is just veterans over rookies.
Right.
That's the only veteran versus veteran where there's an example of an advantage.
Are we supposed to get a little bit more from Zoe, though, this year?
Played 75% of the snaps.
I know. I'm expecting
He's
a little bit more.
He's a good dude. He looks like a rock star, but it just, it's not there.
It's a good question, John. All right, man. Stay right here. John's coming up right at 7 o'clock.
Day.
Oh, yes, thank you. I want to remind everybody. Why you got to hold your fingers like that? Hey, Day, let's get out of here. Clear out. Throw.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, all of our interviews online if you want to go check them out, and you should. If you want to go hear what James Crepia said about the Pac-12, he covers Oregon, covers the Pac-12. Very interesting stuff about the schools, how this thing fell apart. It's online at Odyssey.com. Big shout out to Scott Bair. He's going to join us tomorrow again from practice, and our buddy Grant McCauley. Tomorrow, Mike Norvell joins the show.
How about that?
Also, we will talk to Connor Riley about them dogs at 4 o'clock. And Grant McCauley is going to be back to talk about our Braves. All right, we win tonight, by the way, Yanni?
Well, I mean, Strider's supposed to be the backstop last night for those the 3 losses. It was 2 losses going into last night. Yeah, I need Yanni, otherwise it's a 4-game losing streak. Shouldn't be losing to Pirates.
Okay, if that happens, then you guys probably are going to hopefully change your tune about where we're at right now. This is not a good stretch for us, guys. It just isn't. Doesn't mean that we're going to fall completely apart. But I think Yanni's going to be all right tonight. I'm going to put something on it.
You're going to... What? On a guy that was picked up on waivers?
Yanni's going to lead us back to the wins that we deserve.
Well, the good news is with Yanni, the money line is probably only like plus $50.
It probably is. Hey, Day-Day, great job, man, behind the glass. Also, Big Bo today, Turtle, executive producing. All right, Mike, we got to get out of here. Same time, same place tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Make sure you're here. Mike Bell, clear your throat.
The Pac-12 is dead because they weren't proactive. They could have merged with the Big 12 and created a mega conference, but their commissioners were knuckleheads and didn't think it would fly. Well, now the ACC is talking to Stanford and Cal. Cal is terrible. We just talked about it. They got financial issues. Stanford's arguably the worst football team in the conference this year. And they're talking to SMU, who's getting better and it gets you into Dallas-Fort Worth and Texas footprint, but just smacks of desperation for the ACC. They need to be more proactive, and they weren't.
I got to tell you guys, and I've told this story years ago, we're downtown. My wife and I are driving around. We're going to an event, and we see a line in a food truck. And I go, what is that? She goes, you don't know about that? And I go, no. I said, what is that? Is the food that good? It happened to be the Slutty Vegan food truck.
Nice.
I got to give a shout out because Pinky continues, Pinky Cole that is, to expand. And Mike, you talk about an entrepreneur spirit.
Right.
If you guys didn't know this, Slutty Vegan is not just here in Georgia because it's all over, but they're also in Texas and New York. She's gone nationwide now, and she's about to open up another location on the campus of Spillman. So I'm just giving her a big shout out, man. She continues to show you that if you believe, you can do whatever you want.
Right on.
Hey, if you love the show,
You tell your friends.
If you don't,
You'll be peeing in armadillo holes tonight.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Steakhouse.